Chapter 205. This is the floating snow sword for you. Can we start again now? Ming Tian casually threw a fine quality sword to Ling Xiao. Although fine quality swords were very precious, he was not good at using swords. This sword was originally intended to be sold. Even if he gave it to Ling Xiao, he would not hesitate too much. Good sword. Ling Xiao held the floating snow sword in his hand and felt that it was indeed much stronger than the ice glass sword. The advantage of a weapon was that it could increase the power of one's moves and save Jin Yuan. It was definitely not just a decoration. Ling Xiao, who had obtained the floating snow sword, casually put away the ice glass sword and looked at Ming Tian. Senior brother Ming Tian, I hope you can fight me with the cultivation of the early 8th level martial vein realm. Otherwise, you still have no chance of winning. Ming Tian's expression changed greatly and he was furious. He coldly snorted and said, I indeed underestimated you. I admit that I am not your opponent with the cultivation of the early 7th level martial vein realm. However, I have never lost to someone of the same cultivation. Don't talk nonsense. That's true. But senior brother Ming Tian, are you not going to take out a wager? Ling Xiao said without changing his expression. He felt that if Ming Tian was not willing to show his cultivation of the early 8th level martial vein realm, it would be a waste of time. Therefore, a wager was necessary. Ling Xiao, don't push your luck. Fei Yu, who was beside him, could not stand it anymore and shouted. Shut up! Ming Tian fiercely glared at Fei Yu, then took out a Zhen Yuan Dan and said, This is a high-grade Zhen Yuan Dan. It is the best pill under the Transcendent Realm. How about using it as a wager? Thank you for the pill, senior brother. Ling Xiao nodded and then shook the floating snow sword. It was still the same fighting style as before. Blood Blade Shadow King Slash. A strange sword move pierced straight towards Ming Tian. However, this time the angle and direction of the move were completely different. The terrifying thing about the Blood Blade Remnant Soul was that even if it was the same move, it could attack in a completely different way, making it impossible for the enemy to guard against it. Humph, do you think I will be injured by the same move? Ming Tian coldly snorted. Suddenly, the shadow of a silver fox appeared behind him. The fox had 9 tails, its eyes were fierce, and its claws were extremely sharp. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a very powerful and strange aura. 9-tailed ninja, and it's a complete ninja spirit. Perfect souls can be divided into 3 levels: transparent, incorporeal, and corporeal. Naruto's ninja soul is obviously in the incorporeal state. Is this a complete ninja soul? Ling Xiao can't win. Although his remnant soul has reached 80%, there is still a huge difference between it and a complete soul. Moreover, Naruto's complete soul has already entered the 2nd stage. The 9-tailed ninja spirit suddenly appeared, and a blood-red wind suddenly appeared around Ming Tian's body, forming a layer of blood-red armor. Ling Xiao's drifting snow sword stabbed into this layer of armor, but it did not cause any damage. Instead, it was bounced back by the powerful force. Ha ha ha! Ling Xiao, do you still dare to say that you're invincible under the same cultivation level? Seeing that he had easily broken through Ling Xiao's attack, Ming Tian's confidence was greatly boosted. His previously slightly shaken heart had completely returned to normal. It was quite strong. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He could feel that Naruto's body was not as simple as a complete soul. The armor on the surface of his body should be a special effect caused by some kind of transcendent, inner strength, mental cultivation method. Although his Blood Blade Shadow Monarch Slash was strange, its power was still slightly inferior and could not pierce through it. Ling Xiao, who had been bounced back, easily stabilized his body. His expression did not change at all. No one could guess what he was thinking. Looking at Naruto again, not only did the 9-tailed fox behind him look more ferocious, but the armor on his body had also undergone some changes. It had actually turned into the appearance of a fox. Whoosh! Suddenly, a claw appeared from the blood-red armor and clawed at Ling Xiao with lightning speed. That's the transcendent inner strength mental cultivation method of the ninja clan, Demon Fox Feather Clothes technique. I didn't expect that in just a month he would have already cultivated this transcendent inner strength mental cultivation method to the 4th level, entering the realm of great success. A genius is indeed a genius. The Baiyun monastery master sighed. On one hand, he was muttering to himself, and on the other hand, he was actually explaining to the others. Gigantic spirit kill. Facing Naruto's attack, Ling Xiao did not retreat. After dodging the attack with the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, the remnant soul behind him also turned into the remnant soul of a giant sword. At the same time, the drifting snow sword condensed a huge sword chi and stabbed at Naruto. What a strong attack, but it's meaningless against my Demon Fox Feather Clothes technique. Naruto did not put the gigantic spirit kill in his eyes at all. On the strange Demon Fox Feather Clothes, blood-red claws constantly appeared, forcibly blocking the sword chi of the gigantic spirit kill. Something happened that shocked Naruto. Although the gigantic spirit kill did not cause any harm to him, he was surprised to find that part of his true essence was constantly freezing. Some of the true essence that had leaked out actually merged back into the gigantic spirit kill and attacked him instead. This caused his Demon Fox Feather Clothes to suffer repeated attacks, forcing him to increase the output of his true essence. However, don't forget that he had suppressed his cultivation to the late stage of the 7th level martial vein. Forcefully using a transcendent martial art at the great success stage would cause a huge burden. Now that he had to increase the output of his true essence, the situation was not good. If you don't increase your cultivation, you'll lose. Ling Xiao was not afraid of a battle of attrition the least. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't win against you at the same cultivation level. Naruto was an arrogant person, a confident person, a person filled with pride. He was absolutely unwilling to admit defeat. As he increased the input of true essence, the red demon fox Feather Clothes became much bigger. Behind him, the 9-tailed ninja spirit also pounced forward and slapped at Ling Xiao with its claws. You don't believe it? Then I'll show you something interesting. Ling Xiao suddenly took out the ice glass sword, the drifting snow sword in his right hand and the ice glass sword in his left. Not only that, behind him, the blood saber remnant soul appeared again, but the giant sword remnant soul did not disappear. 2 martial Dao remnant souls appeared at the same time? How is this possible? This time, even the Baiyun monastery master stood up in shock. The rest of the people did not know what to say. Even in the ancient times when martial spirits were prosperous, there were very few people who had more than 2 martial spirits at the same time, and there was only one person who could use 2 martial spirits at the same time. That person was the Mountain River Great Emperor who had created the sacred dynasty of the human race. However, the Mountain River Great Emperor had turned his body into mountains and rivers, so it was impossible for him to appear again. He also did not have any descendants who could inherit his martial spirit. What's wrong with this kid? 2 martial Dao remnant souls are still remnant souls. There's nothing great about them. Naruto said disdainfully, "Is that so?" A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as he suddenly struck with both swords. Giant spirit kill. Blood saber shadow king kill. Dual sword kill. The terrifying strength combined with the strange technique caused Naruto's expression to change greatly. So what if he had an extraordinary inner strength mental cultivation method? At the late stage of the 7th level martial vein, he was unable to display the full power of the extraordinary inner strength mental cultivation method. However, Ling Xiao could display his unique skills to his heart's content. Freak. Chapter 206. He's really a freak. It's impossible for Ming Tian to defeat Ling Xiao in terms of cultivation. Dai Yuling could see that Ling Xiao was a true genius. Even a genius like Ming Tian had no advantage in front of Ling Xiao. Using two kinds of sure-kill skills at the same time was simply unimaginable for ordinary warriors because the consumption was not something they could bear. But Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao's genuine essence was too abundant. In terms of genuine essence abundance, he was not inferior to a martial master at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. Moreover, he could use the special effect of the mountain river martial spirit to constantly devour genuine essence to replenish his consumption. It was very simple to use 2 killing moves. No. Impossible. Ming Tian's face became very ugly. He was very clear about the power of Ling Xiao's attack. In that instant, his aura rose rapidly from the late 7th level of the martial vein to the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein. Not enough, it's not enough. Ming Tian's face became more and more ugly. He had already released his cultivation to the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein, but he still felt that he could not block Ling Xiao's attack. Boom! There was a loud noise. The blood-red claws touched the 2 sword chi. Ling Xiao flew out and somersaulted more than 10 times before he could stand firm. Not only that, but there was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Both of his arms were broken by the sharp red claws. On the other side, Ming Tian was unharmed, but his face was not good at all, because he had just raised his cultivation to the early 8th level of the martial vein. He had gained the upper hand in this battle by suppressing his cultivation. It's over? Shirley was stunned for a moment and asked, Ming Tian, you're too cruel. I said that you can't cause serious disability in a spar. Do you want to cripple Ling Xiao? The master of the Baiyun monastery wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Everything had happened too quickly. He hadn't expected that Ming Tian would be forced to use his early 8th level martial vein cultivation. Ming Tian lowered his head and didn't say anything. He only felt humiliated. He had 2 transcendent martial arts, and both of them had already reached the large success stage. Yet he actually had to rely on his cultivation to suppress his opponent. It was too embarrassing. The geniuses from the Heavenly Ninja Academy had a flash of joy on their faces. In his heart, he cursed. Serves you right. Ling Xiao was crippled. No matter how good his potential was, it was meaningless. Junior brother, young master. On the latent dragon campsite, Ling Yixue and Cold Plum hurried over to support Ling Xiao. Ling Yixue's face was gloomy. She swore that she would use the same method to cripple Ming Tian to avenge Ling Xiao. Don't come over. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao shook his head and shouted, Senior brother Ming Tian, our battle isn't over yet. Early 8th level martial vein cultivation. This is more interesting. Ling Xiao, don't mess around. We know how you feel. But how can you fight with your arms broken? The master of the Baiyun monastery, Shirley, and the others all thought that Ling Xiao was a little crazy because he was crippled. Broken arms? Ling Xiao smiled. Suddenly, his arms flickered with golden light. In just a moment, his broken arms had regenerated. Regenerating broken limbs. How can a mere martial master regenerate broken limbs? Isn't this a level that only transcendent martial artists can achieve? I heard that the 9 transformation golden body technique has reached the 9th transformation. With a large amount of gold, one can achieve this. However, I heard that other than the creator of the 9 transformation golden body technique, no one else has been able to reach this level. Ha ha ha, this kid. Why does he always surprise people? Shirley laughed heartily. Looking at the geniuses of the Heavenly Ninja Academy, their originally smiling faces became extremely awkward. They thought that Ling Xiao was crippled and could no longer pose a threat to them. However, in reality, Ling Xiao had once again slapped their faces, giving them another shock. Senior brother Ming Tian, let's continue. Ling Xiao moved his arms and felt that it was exactly the same as before. The 9 transformation golden body technique was indeed magical. Although it cost him 2 million gold to regenerate his arms, it was worth it. Continue? Ming Tian frowned and said, "Do you really think that you can challenge my 8th level martial vein cultivation with your late 7th level martial vein cultivation?" Although the early 8th level martial vein was still far from his true cultivation, the early 9th level martial vein, at this level, his mastery of transcendent martial arts would be more skillful and his abilities would be greatly improved. He really didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat him. "I only have a 20% chance of defeating you, who is at the early 8th level martial vein. However, I have a 50% chance of winning if we fight to a draw." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "How about this, senior brother, if I can maintain the high-grade true elemental Dan just now? How about you give it to me? Previously, you violated the rules to increase your strength, so it doesn't count." In order to challenge Ming Tian, who had raised his strength to the early 8th level martial vein, Ling Xiao could be considered to be going all out, because fighting with such an expert would benefit him greatly. Only under such immense pressure could he make breakthroughs in all aspects faster. "All right, I'll fulfill your wish." Ming Tian gritted his teeth and said. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Since Ling Xiao had the ability to regenerate broken limbs, then he didn't need to hold back. He had to teach this fellow a lesson. He knew that even if his broken limbs were regenerated, the pain would still exist. It was a good opportunity to let Ling Xiao suffer a little so that he wouldn't dare to look down on him like this. Although he and Ling Xiao were both disciples of Master Bai Yun, he was a true disciple, and Ling Xiao was only an entry-level disciple. He really couldn't bear to make a fool of himself. "Come on!" He roared angrily and his aura soared. The demon fox feather coat became even more solid and the 9-tailed ninja spirit behind him let out a deafening howl. He didn't believe that a complete ninja spirit, an early 8th level martial vein cultivation, and an extraordinary inner force cultivation method wouldn't be able to suppress Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. The blood saber remnant soul and the giant sword remnant soul behind him disappeared at the same time. Replacing them was a cherry tree. However, this cherry tree was a little strange. It was actually pitch black. Even the petals were pitch black. Cherry tree martial spirit. Complete martial spirit. Ling Xiao actually has a complete martial spirit. How many trump cards does this brat have that he hasn't used yet? The onlookers were already a little numb from the repeated attacks. Only Fei Yu and Fei Mu were so hateful that their eyes were bleeding. This was because they knew that Ling Xiao's cherry tree martial spirit was the cherry tree ninja spirit that he had taken from Fei Mu. Ling Xiao didn't care about Fei Yu and Fei Lu's gazes. He knew very well that Ming Tian, who had suppressed his strength to the early 8th level martial vein, was definitely stronger than a martial master of the same cultivation level. Therefore, he was going to attack with all his might. The first move of the divine Hell King Fist, Bull's Head Smash. The pitch-black cherry trees were cherry blossoms from hell. The aura of decay and death filled the place and enveloped the entire martial arts practice hall. In the cherry blossom forest, a bowl of death spat out black air from its nostrils. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on Ming Tian, who was not far away. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao's entire body was wrapped by the bowl of death. This was the special effect of the bull demon art under the divine Hell King Fist. Seeing this scene, Ming Tian gave up on underestimating his opponent. Chapter 207. The demon fox feather cloak technique was paired with the extraordinary martial technique, 9-tail blast fist. Ming Tian slowly punched out with his fists. A crimson light condensed in his hands, exuding a dangerous aura. The master of the Baiyun Monastery also became nervous. He didn't dare to be careless because he could feel that Ming Tian's punch could kill any martial artist below the early stage of the 8th level of the martial vein. He wasn't sure if Ling Xiao would die, but he had to be careful. He couldn't react when Ling Xiao's arms were torn apart. This time he couldn't do the same. Terrifying, Ling Xiao also felt that his divine Prison King fist was no match for the nine-tailed blast fist. What should he do? Of course, he had a way. The sky dragon true essence in his body was extracted and integrated into the divine Prison King fist. A strange scene appeared. There seemed to be a golden dragon coiling around the Ox of Death, and the aura of the divine Prison King fist suddenly soared. This isn't right. The divine Prison King fist is only a quasi-transcendent martial technique, but the power of this punch is no less than that. What's going on? Zuolong narrowed his eyes and stared at Ling Xiao. Originally, he didn't care about Ling Xiao, but today's battle changed his mind. Even he couldn't deal with Ling Xiao's endless means, unless he suppressed it with his cultivation. The master of the Baiyun Monastery was also shocked. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to increase the power of the divine Prison King fist to such an extent. It's not enough. Ling Xiao knew very well that he was still no match for Ming Tian. At that moment, his whole body flickered with golden light as he displayed the Sky Dragon golden body. This was a transcendent martial technique, which was no worse than Ming Tian's transcendent martial technique. It can still become stronger. Cold sweat oozed from Ming Tian's forehead. He knew very well that he had exerted 100% of his combat strength under the early stage of the 8th level of the martial vein. But why did he feel that his opponent had caught up? Boom! Once again, the power of Ling Xiao's divine Hell King fist increased again. In the dark cherry blossom forest, a ghost ship floated over and injected an even more terrifying aura into this punch. Finally, the fists of the two men collided. The entire martial arts practice hall was shaken, except for the Baiyun Monastery master and Zuolong. The rest of the people were scared witless, and their expressions changed greatly. A terrifying power seeped into their bodies, eroding their true essence, forcing them to sit cross-legged on the ground and circulate their true essence to expel this terrifying aura. And this aura was merely the aura that leaked out from the collision of their fists. Boom! Boom! In the martial arts practice hall, the ground that had been specially reinforced was still trembling from the impact. The entire martial arts practice hall began to shake. Pa! The two figures separated. Ling Xiao floated backwards and landed firmly on the ground. Although his clothes were a bit messy and torn, there was no trace of injury on his body. The terror of the heavenly dragon golden body was truly astonishing. Combined with the defensive power of the 9 transformations golden body technique, he was actually able to negate most of the damage caused by Ming Tian. The rest of the damage was basically transferred to the ground beneath his feet. On the other hand, Ming Tian's situation was even worse than his. Not only were his clothes tattered, but there were even several scars on his body. Although these scars looked very light and almost did not cause any harm to Ming Tian, but he was injured after all. Senior brother, thank you for showing mercy. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, I did not show mercy. You should be proud. Ming Tian frowned and then shook his head. A loss is a loss. Here's the true essence pill. While speaking, Ming Tian threw a high-grade true essence pill to Ling Xiao. However, although this guy seemed to admit defeat on the surface, he was still up to no good. The true essence pill was wrapped in his blazing true essence pill. If he was not careful, he would definitely make a fool of himself. He did not want to hurt Ling Xiao. He just wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao. However, it was a pity. Ling Xiao did not even give him the chance. Under the protection of the heavenly dragon golden body, the blazing true essence was completely absorbed by Ling Xiao in a moment. To Ming Tian, this was called losing the wife and losing the soldiers. Don't be too proud. Today, I suppressed my cultivation, so the extraordinary martial skill could not display its original power. You took advantage of me. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not suffer a loss, Ming Tian could not help but say, Of course, I understand. Ling Xiao knew very well that although Ming Tian said those words out of indignation, He was telling the truth and not spouting nonsense. Outside the martial arts hall, inside the true spirit hall, Master Baiyun, Lin Zhe, and Wan Ben sat cross-legged there. At the moment when Ling Xiao and Ming Tian's battle ended, Lin Zhe said with a smile, "Master, you saw it. Ling Xiao's potential is much stronger than you imagined. He defeated Ming Tian, who was in the early stage of the 8th level martial vein when he was only in the late stage of the 7th level martial vein. I'm afraid his potential is even stronger than Ming Tian's." "Lin Zhe, don't brag too much. He was just lucky. If Ming Tian did not underestimate him, he would have already lost." Wan Ben naturally did not want Lin Zhe to be proud. "This child is a little strange. Master has indeed misjudged him. However, he has already acknowledged you as his master, so he can no longer be my true disciple." Master Baiyun shook his head and furrowed his brows. He had really miscalculated this time. He did not expect Ling Xiao, this freak, to be so terrifying. "Master, I can expel him from the sect and let him acknowledge you as his master." Lin Zhe said anxiously, "There is no need to expel him from the sect. Just let him change the name of the sect." Master Baiyun said lightly, "All right, thank you, Master. I believe Ling Xiao will be happy to do so." Lin Zhe was very excited, although he was a little disappointed in the depths of his heart that such a good genius was going to be handed over to someone else. However, he was very clear that becoming Master Baiyun's true disciple was definitely better than following him. Ming Tian is about to get angry. Master Baiyun suddenly smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I really have to thank Ling Xiao. Ming Tian is actually very talented. It's just that he is more playful and not as diligent as Wulong. Otherwise, he would have already reached the peak of the 9th level martial vein. Next, you will see Ming Tian's serious state." Master Baiyun really thought highly of Ling Xiao. No matter how outstanding Ling Xiao's performance was, he was not his true disciple after all. Therefore, his attitude was naturally different. "Come, the 11 of you play with me. I want a vent." Ming Tian was indeed angry. He was angry. After all, the feeling of suppressing one's cultivation and not being able to display it freely was too unpleasant. 11 of you together?" Zwileng said with a smile. "Ming Tian, I understand that you want a vent, but do you really want to do this?" "Of course." Ming Tian looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Don't worry, I won't target you. You can attack me as much as you want. You guys play with him. Of course. Remember that the purpose of this battle is to gain some enlightenment from it." Master Baiyun said with a smile. Ming Tian was an early 9th level martial vein martial master. Among the rest, the strongest was Zwileng, who was already at the peak of the 8th level martial vein martial master. Dai Yuling was an early 8th level martial vein martial master. Chapter 208. Senior Brother Ming Tian, you should know that besieging isn't just a matter of numbers. Are you sure you want to do this? You'll be at a disadvantage. Ling Xiao knew that Ming Tian would definitely target him from the start of the battle. Even he wouldn't dare to face an early 9th level martial vein realm martial master head-on. At that time, he wouldn't even have the chance to run away. The difference in cultivation was too big. It wasn't something that could be made up for by cultivation techniques and talent. Therefore, he didn't want to do that. "Thank you for your concern, junior brother. However, your worries are unnecessary. Even if you all attack together, you won't be able to last more than 3 moves against me." Ming Tian said with a smile. "What a headache. Why don't senior brother Ming Tian give us some rewards? We can't be defeated by you for nothing, right?" Ling Xiao didn't like to do things that didn't benefit him. "No matter what the final result is, each of you will get a low-grade true elemental pill," the Baiyun monastery master said. Master Baiyun was really biased towards Ming Tian. In order to let Ming Tian regain his confidence, he was willing to give out 11 low-grade true elemental pills. True elemental pills weren't jelly beans. Even if it was a low-grade true elemental pill, it was still extremely precious. One pill was worth at least 100,000 gold taels. Not many people could afford it. Monastery master, this won't do. What if we win? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. That's impossible. The Baiyun monastery master shook his head and said, Let's not talk about your cultivation. Even if 11 peak 8th level martial vein realm martial masters joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Ming Tian. I'm just saying what if. Ling Xiao insisted. Let's not talk about winning. As long as you can injure Ming Tian, each of you will get 10 true elemental pills. The Baiyun monastery master said with a smile. All right, monastery master is straightforward. Ling Xiao smiled and called the 4 people of the latent dragon camp together. He whispered a few words in their ears. It wasn't that he didn't want to join forces with the geniuses of the Heavenly Enduring Academy. It was just that he didn't trust them. If he joined forces with them, he would be held back. Do as I say. Is there a problem? Ling Xiao looked at the latent dragon camp after he finished speaking. No problem. Dai Yuling nodded. Actually, there were 4 people here. As long as Dai Yuling agreed, the other 3 would definitely agree. Then it's settled. Have you finished your discussion? Ming Tian had already reached the center of the martial arts demonstration hall. He looked at Ling Xiao impatiently. It's over. Let's begin. Although Ling Xiao said that, he stood outside with the other 4 members of the latent dragon camp and did not join in. Coward! Flying Fish cursed and stood with Fei Lu, Jiawu, Zhu Hua, Lu Xing, and Zwileng surrounding Ming Tian. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Facts would prove everything. At this moment, the atmosphere in the martial arts practice hall was a little strange. Ming Tian stood in the center. He was surrounded by the geniuses of the Heavenly Enduring Academy. Outside the circle were a few people from the latent dragon camp. So what if he was a level 9 martial master? Unless you're a transcendent martial artist, if you're so arrogant, you're just waiting to suffer. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. He believed in his plan. Even if he couldn't defeat Ming Tian, he would definitely injure him. At the same time, the 3 people in the True Spirit Palace were arguing. This Ling Xiao probably doesn't know how powerful a 9th level martial master is. Wan Ben sneered. Sigh, he's taken advantage of Ming Tian twice in a row. He's already a little arrogant. That's not a good personality. Master Bai Yin also sighed. Master, I don't think Ling Xiao is that kind of person. Lin Zhe didn't agree with their point of view. Lin Zhe, you're too protective of this Ling Xiao. Do you dare to make a bet with your master? Master Bai Yin said faintly. Disciple doesn't dare. Lin Zhe hurriedly shook his head. Are you going to disobey your master's order? Master Bai Yin frowned. If Ming Tian is unharmed in this battle, you should reconcile with Wan Ben and listen to him in the future. We're all from inferior races. What's the point of fighting? So what if it's the human territory? It might be better to let the stronger Green Eyes race and Ninja race rule it. Master, don't mention this again. It's not like you haven't seen the dirty things done by the Green Eyes race and Ninja race. If the human race gives up resistance, it will be a crisis of extinction. Lin Zhe basically wouldn't go against Master Bai Yin, but he really couldn't agree with Master Bai Yin's opinion on this matter. I said it's a bet. If Ming Tian is injured, I'll never mention this again. Moreover, I can save you once at a critical moment. Master Bai Yin smiled. Isn't this a very good bet? Or you don't dare to bet at all? You don't believe in that Ling Xiao? Master, can I give this chance to save my life to Ling Xiao? Lin Zhe said after a moment of silence. Master Bai Yin was stunned for a moment, but then he nodded. I didn't expect you to value him so much. All right, I promise you. Thank you, Master. The 3 stopped talking and began to pay close attention to the battle in the martial arts hall. Susanu's sword. Zwileng took the lead to attack. Behind him, a huge shadow suddenly appeared. This shadow was a very famous ninja of the ninja race, Susanoo. It was also known as Susanoo's ninja, and it was also the second stage of the complete soul. In terms of ninja, Zhuo didn't lose to Ming Tian. With a roar, Susanoo brandished the huge sword in his hand and slashed towards Ming Tian. Around Zhuo body, there was a strange black flame burning, wrapping around his body as if it could burn everything. If it was any other early 9th level martial vein martial artist, they would have no choice but to react under the pressure of such a powerful aura. But Ming Tian didn't move. Behind him, the gigantic 9-tailed fox let out a roar, and the terrifying pressure was crushed. On his body, the demon fox feather robe was obviously more gorgeous than before. At the same time, the other 5 people of the Heavenly Ninja Academy also launched an attack. Of course, they were mainly cooperating with Zhuo. Ninja's secret art, gigantification technique. Jiawu instantly gigantified and slashed at Ming Tian with a huge blade. Ninja's secret art, shadow transformation technique. Lu Xing didn't move, but a shadow quickly approached Ming Tian from the ground. This shadow turned into a sharp blade. Not only was it fast, but it was also very difficult to detect. Whale, swallowing palm. Fei, you also moved. The image of a whale appeared behind him. It was also a complete ninja soul, but it was the first stage of the transparent body. Flowing water sword. Fei Lu stabbed out with his sword. The sound of flowing water came from behind him, turning into countless water arrows that shot towards Ming Tian. From the looks of it, his ninja soul should be a complete flowing water ninja soul. Flying flower slash. Zhu Hua also moved. The pink pig behind her opened its mouth and spat out countless flower petals, turning into sharp blades that shot towards Ming Tian. It seemed that these 6 people didn't hold back. They wanted to gain some insights from the battle with Ming Tian. Of course, they knew that Master Bai Yin should be watching this battle from the shadows, so they wanted to show off their strength. Among the 6 people, Zhuo attack was the strongest, and the combined attack of the 6 people was even more terrifying. Most early 9th level martial vein martial artists wouldn't be able to easily deal with such an attack. However, Ming Tian stood there with a disdainful smile on his face. Chapter 209. Feather Storm. Ming Tian didn't use any extraordinary martial skill, but only the extraordinary internal cultivation technique, Demon Fox Feather Cloak Technique. Novel! Laugh at that moment. A blood-red storm raged and swept across the surroundings. The wind howled as if the earth was shaking. He stood there like a demon descending to the mortal world, majestic. Huff bang! Zhuo attack was the strongest, but the counterattack was also the strongest. The terrifying feather storm condensed into a giant claw and slapped on Susanoo's body. A terrifying aura quickly spread and raged. Susanoo immediately collapsed, and Zhuo body was also sent flying. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body, but blood was already seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Boom! Zhuo was defeated, and the other 5 people's attacks were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. The 5 figures came quickly and left quickly, but they were a little embarrassed when they left. They all crashed into the pillars of the martial arts hall and vomited blood crazily. Fortunately, they were all martial masters, and Ming Tian was obviously merciful. Otherwise, they would all be dead. In the true spirit palace, Lindsay was shocked. He really didn't expect Ming Tian, who was in the early 9th level of the martial vein realm, to be so powerful. His strength was definitely on par with him, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm. Wan Ben laughed heartily. After all, Ming Tian also came from the Heavenly Ninja Academy and had a good relationship with him. As for Master Bai Yin, his expression wasn't so exaggerated, but there was a slightly proud smile on his face. This was the disciple he had chosen. This was Ming Tian's true strength. This attack is only 60 to 70% of Ming Tian's strength. Lindsay, do you understand now? Ling Xiao can't even get close to him, let alone injure him. Master Bai Yun looked at Lin Zhe and smiled. Lin Zhe frowned and said, Master, Ling Xiao and the others haven't made a move yet. I say, Lin Zhe, don't be so stubborn. In fact, you should also understand that Ling Xiao and the others have no chance. Could it be that you think their combined attack is stronger than Zhuolang's attack? Wan Ben sneered. Lin Zhe opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He wasn't going to admit defeat until the battle was over. In the middle of the martial arts hall, Ming Tian stood there like a god of war. His confidence had been struck twice in a row, but this time it was completely recovered. Around him, Zhuolang and the others were all pale and battered. This guy is indeed strong, but it's not beyond my expectations. Let's move. Ling Xiao's voice rang out while Ming Tian was still enjoying his victory. As his voice was heard, the 5 people from the latent dragon camp began to move. Ming Tian looked at them with disdain. In comparison, it was obvious that the 6 people from before were stronger. However, what confused him was that the 5 people from the latent dragon camp did not attack at the same time. Only Shi Lei rushed forward. Cold Plum was nowhere to be found. Dai Yuling followed Shi Lei. Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue remained where they were. What was he trying to do? Not to mention Ming Tian. Even the 3 experts in the True Spirit Palace didn't understand. They were getting closer. Shi Lei's body suddenly changed. He became taller, at least 4 to 5 meters tall. Not only that, but he also turned into a giant with an elephant's head. This is the elephant tribe, a middle-grade tribe. Although he doesn't have a martial soul, ninja soul, or heroic spirit, he has the immemorial mammoth bloodline. As long as his bloodline is awakened, he'll be equally strong. The Baiyun monastery master explained. This was the first time Shi Lei revealed his tribe. He was afraid of trouble in the past, but this time he had no choice. He had to go all out against Ming Tian. Oh, it's the elephant tribe, but it's useless. Ming Tian sneered. Then a blood-red claw shot out from the demon fox feather coat. It grabbed at Shi Lei. Elephant fist. Shi Lei punched out with both fists. He used 100% of his strength to resist the blood-red claw. At the same time, Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue moved. The 2 didn't need to say anything. After working together for a long time, they knew what to do. Terrifying finger. Soul-snatching palm. These 2 martial skills were both soul attacks. Ling Xiao had already analyzed that Ming Tian's defense was too strong. Under the cultivation of the 9th level martial vein, none of his attacks would be able to break through. The other party's only weakness was his soul. He had investigated before. Ming Tian's soul potential was only 1 star, which was worse than most ordinary martial artists. Therefore, soul attacks were absolutely effective against Ming Tian. Buzz. At that moment, the demon fox feather coat actually dissipated. Ming Tian's eyes were dull, as if he had lost control of his true essence. Boom! Shi Lei was shocked to find that his elephant fist actually landed on Ming Tian's body. Cold Plum, who had disappeared, also appeared near Ming Tian. The dagger in her hand pierced towards Ming Tian's arm. However, at this moment, Ming Tian's dull eyes suddenly regained clarity. Humph! With a cold snort, Shi Lei and Cold Plum were sent flying at the same time. You think you're smart? My soul potential is very poor, but do you think I don't know how to make up for my shortcomings? I have a treasure on me that specializes in resisting soul attacks. Ming Tian revealed a disdainful smile. However, after a moment, his expression changed again. He didn't know when, but a dark cloud had appeared above his head. Cold snowflakes fluttered down. In the snow, a faintly discernible white light flashed. Snow Lotus Sword arts flying snow. A wound that wasn't deep was left on Ming Tian's fair neck, but it was very obvious. Ling Xiao sheathed his sword. However, everyone was puzzled to find that there were actually 2 Ling Xiaos standing in the martial arts demonstration hall. One was still standing with Ling Yixue at this moment. The other was looking at Ming Tian with a smile on his face. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao smiled, then looked at Dai Yuling and said, I'll have to trouble Senior Sister to help save Senior Brother Shi and Cold Plum. His plan wasn't complicated. Shi Lei and Cold Plum would numb Mingtian, while Dai Yuling would attract Mingtian's attention. Then Ling Yixue and his martial soul avatar would use soul attacks to confuse Mingtian. Mingtian would mistakenly think that they were going to attack his soul. In reality, all of this was just a pretense. There was only one real attack. It was the transcendent sword skill that Ling Xiao had finally comprehended, Flying Snow. After such a long time, he had only comprehended this move from the Snow Lotus sword art. This was also because he had come into contact with the complete sky, dragon golden body, and the result of his fight with Mingtian today. Mingtian's demon fox, feather cloak art, and nine-tail cannon fist allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the transcendent profoundness of Snow Lotus sword art. Speaking of which, he had to thank Mingtian. But there was one exception. He was smiling casually. As for the rest of the people, they were completely immobilized. No one had expected this, including the people who cooperated with Ling Xiao. They didn't expect this plan to succeed. They couldn't understand how Ling Xiao had grasped Mingtian's situation, and how he had grasped the timing of his sneak attack so accurately. This was too terrifying, even more terrifying than a powerful cultivation. I feel like I've lived in vain before. Ever since I saw Ling Xiao, I realized that there are some geniuses in this world that can't be judged by common sense. The Baiyun monastery master took a deep breath, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Chapter 210. Ling Xiao. Mingtian was infuriated. Originally, he could have fought against the other 11 geniuses by himself and intimidated the others. He could achieve a complete victory. However, Ling Xiao was an anomaly. Not only was he not defeated, but he also injured him, leaving a bloody scar on his neck. That was not a scar, but a humiliation. Ever since he started practicing martial arts, he had never lost to a martial artist of the same level. Even challenging someone of a higher level had become a common occurrence. After becoming Great Master Baiyun's true disciple, he became one of the best among the younger generation. He was a true genius. He thought that Zuolong would be his only opponent. As long as he could suppress Zuolong, he would be the number one of the younger generation. However, Ling Xiao's appearance drove him crazy. First, he defeated him with his late-stage, 7th-level martial vein cultivation base when he controlled his cultivation base to the early-stage, 8th-level martial vein. Then, in the midst of this chaotic battle, he slit his neck with a sword, although the injury was not worth mentioning to him. However, the injury to his pride was more painful than the injury to his body. In the true Spirit Palace, Wan Ben seemed to be angrier and more agitated than Mingtian. Shameless, you only know how to sneak attack. Lin Zhe chuckled. Haha, it was Mingtian who asked the 11 of us to besiege him. Why are you blaming Ling Xiao now? That's not shameless, but scheming. The corner of Master Baiyun's mouth twitched, but he did not say anything. His figure gradually faded from the spot as if he had disappeared into thin air. After a long time, Lin Zhe heard Master Baiyun's voice. You've taught a good disciple. Not bad at all. Don't worry, I've lost the bet. I won't interfere in the matter between you and Wan Ben. If that kid is in trouble, I'll save him. At this time, Master Baiyun no longer called himself Master. It was obvious that he was unhappy. After all, Ling Xiao injured Mingtian, which was a slap to his face. After Master Baiyun left the True Spirit Palace, he appeared in the Martial Arts Hall. The assessment is over. To be honest, your performance disappointed me, so the reward is cancelled. Cancel. The master of the Baiyun Taoist temple was still in a daze. He could not help but say, Master, Ling Xiao's performance is absolutely unexpected. How can you say that you are disappointed? What I want is true strength and talent, not schemes and trickery. Master Baiyun said calmly, in the face of great power, all schemes are meaningless. You will understand this when you reach the Transcendence realm. So, Ling Xiao, remember this. Don't play any tricks. Just focus on improving your cultivation. After saying that, he looked at Ming Tian and said, Ming Tian, you don't have to be too discouraged. It's not a big deal to lose to a scheme. However, you were stabbed after all, so you won't get any rewards. Although he said this on the surface, he secretly transmitted a message to crying heaven. After this, you and Zuolong will come to Master's place. Master will teach you even more powerful secret arts. In addition, don't worry about the rewards. Whatever Master has, he will definitely give it to the two of you first. Master Baiyun thought that no one had heard what he said. However, he was wrong. Although Ling Xiao could not hear what he said, the mountain and river martial spirit could analyze his words based on the fluctuation of true essence. I didn't expect a Transcendence realm warrior to be so biased. Ling Xiao snorted coldly in his heart, but he did not say anything. After all, the opponent was too strong. If he wanted to kill him, he only needed one palm. He had no chance of surviving. Ling Xiao would not do meaningless things. The assessment ended in a hurry. Although Ling Xiao did not receive Master Baiyun's reward, he received a fine quality sword, Drifting Snow Sword, because of the bet. 1 high-grade, True Essence Dan. 10 low-grade, True Essence Dawn. In addition, Lin Zhe also compensated him by giving him 100 low-grade Spirit Stones and 10 low-grade True Essence Dawn. Lin Zhe's words were very simple. Don't mind Master's words. He is old and confused. There are many things that you young people can't see clearly. Of course, Ling Xiao did not care about Master Baiyun's words. He believed that although cultivation was important, fighting skills were equally important. No matter when, if you could control everything about your opponent in the palm of your hand, you could use schemes to reduce your opponent's strength and create an advantage for yourself. That was definitely a good thing. Technique and cultivation were complementary to each other. A warrior trained by Master Baiyun, no matter how strong he was just a simple-minded idiot. Once he met a smart person, no matter how strong he would be played around. When he returned to his residence, Ling Xiao did not care about this matter anymore. Since Master Baiyun was obviously biased, he could not place his hopes on this old man. In fact, he did not plan to do so from the beginning. Today, after fighting with Ming Tian, he realized that Transcendence realm martial arts were the same as top-notch martial arts. They were also divided into different grades: elementary, rare, high grade. However, after high grade, there was another grade, absolute peak. His heavenly dragon golden body and snow lotus sword art were both relatively high grade. However, he was not very clear about what grade they were, because until now his understanding of Transcendence realm martial arts was still too little. As for Cloud Dragon Divine Walk, it should be classified as an elementary Transcendence realm martial art. After all, according to the evolution rules of Soaring Cloud Steps, it basically went up one grade at a time. It would not increase by too much all at once. After returning to his residence, Ling Xiao began to cultivate again. He had benefited a lot from the fight with Ming Tian. He took 10 true elemental pills, and his main body began to break through to the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein. Of the 2 doppelgangers, one of them began to cultivate 13 shadow transformation swords. After all, at the current stage, quasi-transcendence realm martial arts were easier to cultivate and had more moves. The other doppelganger began to consolidate the first move of Snow Lotus Sword art, Flying Snow. The difficulty of comprehending Snow Lotus Sword art was really a headache. This time he had finally comprehended some Transcendence, realm, profound meaning from the fight. He could take advantage of this opportunity to perfect Flying Snow. For the next 10 days, Ling Xiao did not come out. He was completely in seclusion. 10 days later, in the training room, Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword and actually created 13 doppelgangers. Not only was the scene grander, but the key was that the power had increased by several times. The power of the two Sure Kill moves, Giant Spirit Kill and Blood Blade Shadow King Kill, had also greatly increased. Before, it was only the power of a top-grade martial art, but now it was the power of a quasi-transcendence realm martial art. Of course, it could not be compared. Not to mention, the 13 doppelgangers were not just doppelgangers. Each doppelganger could increase the power of Ling Xiao's sword moves by about 70%. Now that there were 10 more doppelgangers, the power of the attack had increased by 7 times compared to before. How terrifying was this? If he had mastered 13 shadow transformation swords before the fight with Ming Tian, it would have been easier to deal with Ming Tian, whose cultivation was suppressed to the early 8th level of the martial vein. Chapter 211. In addition, Ling Xiao could already use the first form of Snow Lotus Sword incantation, Flying Snow. However, this was an extraordinary skill, and it had a high requirement for one's true essence and cultivation. He was only at the late stage of the 7th level of the martial vein, so he was unable to unleash the full power of this move. Unfortunately, with 10 true essence pills in his body, although he felt that he was just a step away from breaking through, it was still difficult to do so. However, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. It was easier to break through in a battle. As long as the accumulated energy had reached the critical point, it would be fine. What he needed now was external pressure. He decided to go out and do something to stimulate the true essence in his body. However, the moment he stepped out, he saw Cold Plum anxiously waiting for him. "What's wrong?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. Something happened. A mechanical ship from the Blue Eyes clan blasted open the Dragon Gate harbor. Currently, the Sky Peak City has been completely occupied by the Blue Eyes clan and the ninjas. The mechanical beasts from the Blue Eyes clan and the demonic beasts reared by the ninjas are heading towards Sky Cloud City. Cold Plum explained briefly. "I'm not sure about the details, but General Lin said that once you're out, you should make a trip to the latent dragon camp." "Let's go." Ling Xiao did not ask further. As Lin Zai's direct disciple, if Lin Zai was in trouble, he would definitely help. Moreover, ever since he came to Sky Cloud City, Lin Zai had been treating him well, so he could not be a heartless person. In the latent dragon camp, when Ling Xiao and Cold Plum arrived, there were already many people gathered here, other than the latent dragon camp disciples. Ling Yixue, Shirlei, and Dai Yuling had also arrived. I won't go into the details. Now that Marshal Lin has led the border army to confront the Blue Eyes clan, the ninjas are very cunning this time. They did not help the Blue Eyes clan openly, but they have secretly supported the Blue Eyes clan with a large number of demonic beasts. General Yu saw that most of the people had arrived and immediately said loudly, "The situation is critical and it's time for you to serve the country. If you're afraid of death, you can choose not to go, but you will be kicked out of the latent dragon camp forever. Remember, this isn't training, nor is it a spar. It's a true slaughter of life and death. Your opponents might be even stronger than you, other than a large number of martial warriors. There will also be 7th, 8th, and even 9th level martial masters. In addition, among the mechanical beasts and demonic beasts, there will also be existences equivalent to martial artist rank 7, 8, or 9. Although this might scare a lot of people, General September felt that it was necessary to make things clear. After all, this was war, not child's play. Letting someone who was afraid of death appear on the battlefield might result in a meaningless death. When he said this, many young geniuses' faces turned pale and their bodies began to tremble. Some even had thoughts of retreating on the spot. What latent dragon camp? What future? Whatever dream of becoming a transcendent warrior, all of it was thrown away. To them, if they lost their lives, what was the point of wanting those things? Ling Xiao also felt tremendous pressure. He had seen a peak 8th level demonic beast, the Herculean divine ape, and had even fought with it. The kind of terror was still fresh in his mind. There was also a 9th level martial master, an existence like Ming Tian. Most of the latent dragon camp's disciples would be killed before they could even get close. It was too easy for a 9th-level martial master and a 9th-level demonic beast to destroy a city like Tianfeng City. When the country is in danger, everyone has a responsibility. This time, there is no fixed mission. You can hunt the enemies to your heart's content. Choose the method you like the most or the most suitable. Not every genius was a coward. At least 90% of the latent dragon camp were hot-blooded youths. They knew that they might die, but their blood did not turn cold because of this. They were still burning with passion. The battlefield is a battlefield, but it's also a place for training. What you get there might be more than what you get after a few years of seclusion. The threat of death can fully stimulate your potential. General September continued, the martial warriors who survive in the battlefield can at least increase their potential by 1 to 2 stars. This is the full potential of their body. This is also the reason why martial warriors who come from the battlefield can easily advance to the transcendent realm. Rumble. Just as General September was speaking, the ground of the entire latent dragon camp suddenly shook. A loud roar was heard from afar, and the ground seemed to be trembling. Quickly look over there. Why is there such a huge mechanical beast? Those with good eyesight quickly discovered that a huge elephant had appeared about 10 miles away from the latent dragon camp. This huge elephant was about 10 meters tall, and its entire body was obviously made of some kind of crystal. Every time it moved, there would be an earthquake. If this fellow really entered Sky Cloud City would be trampled into smithereens. Terrifying. Ling Xiao quickly activated his mountain river martial spirit and activated the soul imprint state. A clear image from afar appeared in his mind. So miserable. He could clearly see that under the huge elephant's feet, there were numerous corpses that had been trampled into meat paste. And these people were all martial warriors and even martial masters. In a village a few hundred meters away from the huge elephant, the houses had completely collapsed, and the number of ordinary people who were crushed to death was uncountable. These people had fainted from the terrifying sound and didn't even have time to escape. Baiyun Governor Wan Ben, who should have arranged for the commoners to escape, did not do so. Coincidentally, he had actually returned to the capital to report on his work. Now that they were far away from Baiyun province, everything that happened here had become Lin Zay's alone. It's hopeless. This is Blue Eyes Clan's strongest mechanical beast. Huge elephant puppet. It's equivalent to a human 9th-level martial vein martial master. Near the huge elephant, there were many practitioners who were trembling in fear when they saw the miserable situation. Many of them had even forgotten to escape and just knelt there waiting for death, whereas some of them were running madly towards the distance. Boom! Another loud sound was heard, and the huge elephant puppet's nose spat out a ball of water, directly exploding on the pass, which was less than 1 mile away from Sky Cloud City. 10 over-practitioners were blown into smithereens, and the pass was also blasted into smithereens by the water cannon. One must know that among these 10 over-practitioners, there were 2 7th-level martial masters and 1 8th-level martial master. In the end, they were all gone just like that. They didn't even have time to make a move. Roar, moo, woof! Behind the huge elephant puppet, there were various demonic beasts and mechanical beasts. These demonic beasts and mechanical beasts were the vanguard of the Blue Eyes clan practitioners. Their weakest ability was equivalent to a human practitioner who was at the 4th-level martial vein realm. On their backs, those who were either standing or sitting were the practitioners from the Blue Eyes clan. There were also some ninja practitioners who were hiding in the dark during the crossing, killing those who had slipped through the net. The war had broken out, even though not everyone had Ling Zhao's terrifying eyesight. But that huge elephant puppet was simply too huge, and the impact it had caused had already spread to the latent dragon camp. They were naturally very clear that now was the moment of Sky Cloud City's life and death. All right, let's stop talking here. Everyone, let's move out. Kill the enemy, and the military merits obtained will be doubled. I hope everyone can survive. General Jiuyu saw that the situation wasn't right and didn't waste any more words. He stood up and said loudly, and then turned towards the last barrier outside Sky, Cloud City, the city protection mountain outside the city. Chapter 212. On the mountain, most of the latent Dragon Camp's geniuses had arrived. A few of them ran away and were killed by General Jiuyu. If it was during normal times, he wouldn't have done so. But during wartime, running away would severely affect their morale. Previously, he had already given these people a chance to inform him in advance if something happened. But these people didn't do so. Instead, they ran away when they reached the battle formation. This made people suspect that they had some special motives. After all, it was an open secret that there were spies from Heavenly Ninja Academy in the latent Dragon Camp. But as for who the spy was, even General Jiuyu didn't know. His deterrent killing stopped the latent Dragon Camp's geniuses from running away. They clenched their teeth and prepared for the battle with the Blue Eyes clan. But standing on the mountain, the horrifying scene was still terrifying. Outside the city protection mountain, there were mechanical beasts, demonic beasts, Blue Eyes clan, and some ninja practitioners. Ling Xiao made a rough calculation and estimated that there were about 30 to 40,000 of them that could be seen with the naked eye. These were all practitioners, mechanical beasts, and demonic beasts. They weren't ordinary people. 30 to 40,000 people was enough to surround Sky Cloud City till not even a drop of water could trickle through. Blue Eyes clan is indeed ambitious. They are even more blatant than the ninjas in the matter of the fantasy pill. This time, they even invaded Baiyun province. Their ambition is as clear as day. General Jiuyu said angrily, Sky Cloud City's garrison is less than 20,000. 8,000 of them are the Governor Manor's guards. Marshal Lin can only mobilize about 10,000 people, and most of them are practitioners below the 4th level of the martial vein. He continued, luckily most of them are practitioners below the 4th level of the martial vein or have mechanical beasts and demonic beasts that are equivalent to them. Otherwise, we have no chance of winning this battle. Comparatively speaking, practitioners were easier to deal with. The more troublesome ones were the mechanical beasts. These mechanical beasts were made of special materials and had amazing defense. Without the cultivation of the 4th level of the martial vein, it was impossible to break through their defense. The latent Dragon Camp's geniuses were here to deal with the mechanical beasts. They could leave the rest to the army. Let's begin. Don't listen to my orders. Fight on your own and choose the mechanical beasts. After General Jiuyu finished his words, he leaped out and joined the battle formation. The rest of the latent Dragon Camp disciples also joined the battle. There was no time to hesitate. Once Sky Cloud City was breached, it would definitely be a tragic massacre. They had family and friends, so they didn't want to see such a scene. Bang, 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 bang. All sorts of attacks smashed onto the mechanical beast's body, emitting the sound of metal clashing. It was as if they were smashing onto steel. If one looked closely, they would realize that most of the mechanical beasts were made of steel, so it was not strange for them to make such a sound. For warriors below the martial disciple level, their attacks were like scratching an itch. They had no effect at all. Boom! Ling Xiao suddenly appeared, and with a punch, the 2 ferocious bull-shaped mechanical beasts instantly turned into 2 piles of scrap metal. You guys go and deal with those demonic beasts and the blue-eyed clan warriors. Leave these mechanisms to us. Ling Xiao's hands flowed with true essence. He stood there like a god of war descending from the heavens. The martial arts students who were currently being troubled by the mechanical beasts saw that Ling Xiao, who was only 14 or 15 years old, had killed 2 mechanical beasts that were equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein with a single punch. At first, he was shocked, then he was pleasantly surprised. He's a genius from the latent Dragon Camp. We're saved. All martial artists above the 4th level, try your best to kill the mechanical beasts. The rest of the martial artists deal with the blue-eyed clan warriors and the demonic beasts below the 4th level. Lin Zai's voice rang out. He was the overall commander of this battle. Before Ling Xiao and the others arrived, he had already killed a blue-eyed clan warrior who was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein. He was now injured and was recovering. Otherwise, the giant elephant puppet would not have been so unscrupulous. Yes, with Lin Zai's command, the battle became more orderly. It was not as chaotic as before. Other than Ling Xiao, the other disciples of the latent dragon camp had already joined the battle. Since most of them were martial artists above the 4th level of the martial vein, they were naturally dealing with the mechanical beasts. With their participation in the battle, although it was not enough to completely change the situation, they could gain some advantages. Especially Dai Yuling, Ling Yixue, Shirlei, Cold Plum, and Ling Xiao. The 5 of them had gained many benefits from Master Bai Yun, and their abilities had increased tremendously. When they took action, the 7th level demonic beasts and 7th level mechanical beasts were basically nothing. In an instant, dozens of mechanical beasts and demonic beasts below the 7th level were either destroyed or killed. This boosted the morale of the Sky Cloud City's defenders. However, there were stronger ones among the mechanical beasts and demonic beasts. The Blue-Eyed Clan had obviously come prepared, and with the help of the ninjas, they quickly turned the tables around. Both parties continued to be in a stalemate. The battle became more and more intense. The killing became more and more tragic. Death became a common occurrence on the battlefield. The geniuses of the latent dragon camp also started to sacrifice themselves. 1, 2, 3. When they died, they did not cower. Instead, they risked their lives to perish together with the mechanical beasts or demonic beasts. Even though this scene made General Jiu Yuling's heart ache, it made Lin Zai's heart ache. But there was no other way. That damned Wan Ben did not allow the governor's residence to help, and even the Heavenly Ninja Academy's disciples secretly helped the Blue-Eyed Clan. Under such circumstances, the geniuses of the latent dragon camp had to fight. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in training them. Bam! Ka-ka! On the battlefield, there was a figure shuttling back and forth like lightning. Every time he stopped, there would be mechanical beasts destroyed and demonic beasts killed. With just one punch, there would be 5 to 6 mechanical beasts that were destroyed at the same time. This terrifying attack power, as well as frightening movement skills and speed, caused many martial artists of the same cultivation level to be greatly surprised. Of course, after the shock, they were naturally delighted. After all, he was one of their own. Lin Zai looked at Ling Xiao's performance and nodded silently. He was right about this child. Not only was his innate talent outstanding, he also had a sense of righteousness for the country and knew how to help when the country was in danger. Actually, as Master Bai Yun's disciple, even if he did not participate in this battle, he would not lose his life, because he could totally leave this place. But he did not do so. Ling Yixue, Cold Plum, Shirlei, Dai Yuling, and the rest were obviously influenced by Ling Xiao and played an important role on the battlefield. Be careful! Suddenly, Lin Zai stood up abruptly, because he saw a level 8 mechanical beast rushing toward Ling Xiao, followed by 4 or 5 level 6 and level 7 mechanical beasts. Obviously, Ling Xiao's performance had attracted the attention of the Blue-Eyed Clan. They were ready to kill Ling Xiao to establish their dominance. On the battlefield, such a hero would usually be a thorn in the side of others. Ling Xiao was no exception. He had destroyed too many mechanical beasts and killed too many demonic beasts. Marshal Lin, don't worry. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao would not call Lin Zai master or master. Here, he was a soldier. Although the level 8 mechanical beasts were powerful, they were just puppets. They did not have intelligence or brains, and only relied on simple programs to launch attacks. Chapter 213. These mechanical beasts relied on these inscriptions and large amounts of spirit stones to maintain their movements. No brains, no intelligence. Towards such an existence, Ling Xiao would remain vigilant, but he would definitely not be afraid. He had already entered the soul state. He was completely clear where the weakness of the mechanical beasts was. Meteor strike. Both fists swung out. Terrifying true essence roared and exploded in the midst of the mechanical beasts. The lower-level mechanical beasts fell to the ground one after another, motionless and completely useless. However, the higher-level 7th and 8th level mechanical beasts were still intact. This defense is indeed amazing. Ling Xiao shook his fist and finally pulled out the floating snow sword and ice glass sword. With 2 swords in hand, he was confident and powerful. "Young man, do you need help?" A powerful 8th level martial artist shouted from the side. "No need." Ling Xiao shook his head and made a charging posture. The 2 swords formed a strange cross shape. Then he lightly stepped on the ground and instantly shot out. Shadow transforming 13 swords, 9 swords clone slash. 9 clones slashed at the 9 mechanical beasts at the same time. Ka, ka, ka. In just an instant, 8 level 7 mechanical beasts all fell to the ground. Green smoke rose from their bodies, and they were completely paralyzed. What shocked the other experts was that this time the mechanical beasts were not completely destroyed. Instead, each of them had been hit by a sword. The most amazing thing was that this sword had pierced right into the core of the mechanical beasts. That was the key to the mechanical beasts being able to move. As long as it was destroyed, the mechanical beasts would naturally become useless. Was it simple? No. One had to know that the mechanical beasts had different shapes, and their cores were different. It was simply impossible to accurately find the core of the 8 mechanical beasts. At the very least, the other 8th level martial vein martial masters could not do it, but Ling Xiao did it. Not only did he find these locations, but he also destroyed these cores. Bang! Ling Xiao's 9th sword pierced the 8th level mechanical beast. It was a mechanical beast that looked like a leopard. At the critical moment, the leopard mechanical beast used its claws to block Ling Xiao's sword, protecting its core. Ling Xiao's figure rapidly retreated, and then he steadied himself, feeling that the true essence in his body was a bit chaotic. However, that leopard mechanical beast was even worse off than him. Its claws were actually sliced open, and it retreated back into the group of beasts in a panic. Hooray! The martial artists began to shout. One had to know that once a level 8 mechanical beast charged into the crowd, the destruction it caused would be shocking. At that time, at least several hundred martial artists would be killed or injured. Ling Xiao repelled this guy, which was equivalent to saving hundreds of lives. Wow, he is indeed a genius of the latent dragon camp. The power of his attack is comparable to that of an early LV8 martial vein martial artist. I was worried for nothing. Yeah, he really helped us a lot this time. Ignoring the praises of others, Ling Xiao calmed the restless, quintessential essence in his body and looked at the mechanical beast hiding in the herd of beasts. Compared to level 8 demonic beasts, mechanical beasts had stronger defense, but they were inferior in other aspects. Compared to an early stage 8th stage martial master, the only advantage he had was his defense. He felt that he should be able to kill it. As long as he killed this level 8 mechanical beast, not only would it affect the battle situation, it might even affect the entire battle situation. After all, even if the Blue Eyes clan brought many experts this time, there would not be more than 100 level 8 mechanical beasts. If one died, there would be one less beast. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared again. It was true that mechanical beasts were very strong. However, due to their size, most of them were very clumsy. At the very least, the leopard mechanical beast that he was facing now could not be compared to his speed. Giant spirit kill. When his figure reappeared, the giant sword remnant soul appeared behind him at the same time. Only the floating snow sword was left in his hand, which turned into a huge sword shadow and enveloped the leopard mechanical beast. This was the giant spirit kill below the 9th level of 13 sword shadow transformation. Its power was 7 times stronger than before. The leopard mechanical beast, could not dodge at all. It could only wave its claws and block the huge sword shadow. However, in the next moment, the leopard mechanical beast's eyes dimmed and suddenly stopped moving. It turned out that the giant spirit kill was just a cover for Ling Xiao to create a diversion. Moreover, the one who used the giant spirit kill was not his main body, but his martial spirit avatar. At present, his martial spirit avatar had 70% of his main body strength, which was basically equivalent to an early stage, 5th stage martial artist. With this kind of strength, using the giant spirit kill was just for show. It was scattered by the leopard mechanical beast's claw. At the same time, the martial spirit avatar was also scattered. However, this was not a problem. Ling Xiao's main body only seized the opportunity to pierce the ice glass sword into the core of the leopard mechanical beast. Good boy, really good. It's not just good. Us 8th stage martial vein martial masters can't do it. Yeah, his speed is so fast and he can find the weakness of the mechanical beast so accurately. This boy is simply the nemesis of the mechanical beast. Ling Xiao successfully destroyed the leopard mechanical beast and returned to the battle formation, receiving the praise of many martial artists. Just as he expected, the destruction of the level 8 leopard mechanical beast immediately boosted the morale of the nearby martial artists. The battle situation once again developed in a favorable direction for the defenders. Roar, chirp, a whoa. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao had killed the level 8 mechanical beast that the experts of the Blue Eyes clan were ready to make a move. A peak level 9 martial master, 6 late 9th stage martial masters, a peak level 9 mechanical beast, 3 high level 9 mechanical beasts, a peak level 9 demonic beast, and 3 high level 9 demonic beasts were all pouncing towards Ling Xiao. This was also the ultimate force of the Blue Eyes clan to start this war. Ling Xiao retreat. Facing this terrifying force, the border general's mansion had no choice but to move. 9 Suns, Qinquan Fist. A figure shot out from the crowd. He looked very young. He faced the peak level 9 martial master of the Blue Eyes clan, who was pouncing towards Ling Xiao. Boom! The two sides fought and were actually evenly matched. At this time, Ling Xiao noticed that this person was none other than the supervisor of the latent dragon camp, General of the 9 Moons. As far as he knew, General of the 9 Moons was definitely not more than 30 years old. Looking at his strength, he could actually go head-to-head with a peak level 9 martial master of the Blue Eyes clan. He was also a level 9 martial master, and it was very likely that he was a late 9th stage or even a peak level martial master. The shock of General of the 9 Moons was not over yet. Another 10 figures rose into the air. Each of them faced their own opponent. These 10 people were all level 9 martial masters, and judging from their clothes, there was no doubt that they were the rumored 12 Tiger Guards. It seemed that among the 12 Tiger Guards, Dai Yuling's cultivation was the weakest, only at the 8th level of the martial vein. The other 11 were all at the 9th level of the martial vein, especially General of the 9 Moons and General of the 1st Moon. Both of them were at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein, second only to Lindsay. Therefore, General of the 9 Moons faced a peak level 9 martial master of the Blue Eyes clan. General of the 1st Moon faced a peak level 9 demonic beast. In addition to the 12 Tiger Guards, there were a few other level 9 martial masters wearing general's armor who charged out of the battle formation and faced the level 9 demonic beasts, level 9 mechanical beasts, and level 9 martial masters of the Blue Eyes clan other than the giant elephant puppet. Chapter 214. Leave the giant elephant puppet to me. Just as Lin Zhe slowly got up and was about to destroy the giant elephant puppet, a figure appeared on the mountain. This person was dressed in green and looked free and unrestrained. He seemed to be stronger than Lin Zhe. Brother Qi. Lin Zhe was pleasantly surprised when he saw this person. Have you found Yuehua school? The green-robed man revealed a bitter smile. I found him. Not only did I find Yuehua school, but the other sects also appeared one after another. What's the situation? Didn't you say that these sects are very secretive and difficult to find? Lin Zhe asked doubtfully. The green-robed man was circulating his true qi and preparing to battle the giant elephant puppet. However, he still had no problem speaking. The mountain river martial spirit has appeared, and the human race's revival is in sight. The 12 sects that formed the sacred dynasty have also returned. Haven't you noticed that there are more and more practitioners who have awakened their incomplete martial spirits? Among the 12 sects, there are even people with complete martial spirits. Speaking of this, the green-robed man suddenly rushed out. Brother, after this war is over, I will tell you the details. Lin Zhe had many questions, but he knew that now was not the time to talk. So he closed his eyes again and made use of the time to recover. If there was any danger, he would be able to fight. At this point, the enemies who were equivalent to 9th-level martial masters had their opponents and were temporarily unable to cause any harm to Sky Cloud City. The war had once again entered a stalemate stage. Suddenly, an 8th-level peak martial master's neck was instantly sliced off. He only had time to scream once before he lost all signs of life. What's going on? This sudden change made everyone on tenterhooks. Although an 8th-level peak martial master was not comparable to a 9th-level martial master, but his strength was still extremely valiant. How could he not be worried when his head was strangely chopped off? Consecutive screams were heard, and another 3 to 4 8th-level martial masters were killed. Marshal Lin, there's an invisible assassin. Ling Xiao shouted loudly. In the state of soul entrancing, he could see that there was an additional black shadow on the city moat. That's right, there was only one black shadow. However, this black shadow's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th-level martial vein. He wasn't the strongest, but because he could hide his aura, even Lin Zhe didn't notice him. Invisible assassin. Hearing up to here, everyone could not help feeling a chill in their hearts. Unseen danger was the most terrifying danger. Ling Xiao noticed that this invisible assassin should be a ninja martial artist. He looked a little like Naruto. If he didn't guess wrong, it should be Mingtian's father or uncle. He stopped fighting and reported the situation to Lin Zhe. This was a big deal. If something went wrong, everyone on the moat mountain would be killed except for Lin Zhe. This person was very smart. He only killed martial artists of the 9th tier and below. Even if a 9th tier martial artist could not see, their reactions were sharp enough. Once they got close, they might be killed instead. Ninja assassin? So the Ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan are in cahoots? Lin Zhe began to panic. Marshal Lin, no matter what, we have to get rid of this assassin first. Otherwise, we will suffer heavy casualties. Dai Yuling said with a frown. What a headache. If he doesn't come near me, I can't do anything about it. Lin Zhe rubbed his head. He was very strong, definitely much stronger than this assassin. He could kill him with a single slash. But the problem was that he could not see this assassin, nor could he sense his existence. The assassin would quickly escape after killing someone. Even if he attacked, it would be too late. Marshal Lin, why don't we withdraw everyone and form a defensive formation? This way, the assassin won't be able to succeed easily. Someone suggested, that won't do. For the sake of a stealthy assassin, if we were to rashly withdraw from the battlefield, those who are currently fighting with the enemy's 9th tier experts would lose their support and fall into a predicament. Lin Zhe shook his head. But Marshal Lin, this invisible assassin, is very fast, and he is also able to hide his body and aura. Even a 9th-level martial master can only sense his existence at a close distance. We are simply unable to capture his movements. A peak 8th tier martial master smiled bitterly. The others also lowered their heads, not knowing what to do. Suddenly a few more martial artists were inexplicably stabbed in their vitals, dying tragically on the spot without even seeing the enemy. Marshal Lin, I'll hold this guy back. How about you kill him? Seeing this, Ling Xiao could not help but ask. He knew that he had no chance of winning against an early ninth-tier martial vein martial artist. Even if he escaped, it would be very difficult. He might even be killed. But seeing so many martial artists being killed by this person, he really could not remain indifferent. Many of the martial artists here were real men who had shed their blood on the battlefield to protect the lives of ordinary people. Now, they were being killed one by one. How could Ling Xiao just stand by and watch? The key was that he was the only one who could see the assassin's whereabouts. He could see it very clearly and his eyes could follow it. No. Lin Zhe waved his hand and rejected Ling Xiao's suggestion. But at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly roared, "9 moons, watch out behind you!" In Ling Xiao's sight, the assassin had sneaked behind General 9 Moons to attack. He probably thought that although General 9 Moons was strong, he was fighting a peak 9th-tier martial artist from the Blue Eyes clan, so it was more suitable for a sneak attack. General 9 Moons heard Ling Xiao shout and did not dare to be negligent. He used all his strength to blast out a palm, temporarily pushing back the enemy on the battlefield. Then he jumped and used a very strange movement technique to avoid the sneak attack behind him. Even so, a part of his sleeve was still cut off. It was a close call. The assassin did not intend to fight General 9 Moons head-on. After failing his attack, he quickly escaped, causing General 9 Moons' counterattack to hit empty air. "Marshal Lin, I can't hesitate. This disciple understands that you are doing this for my own good. But I really won't die so easily." Ling Xiao had a good impression of General 9 Moons. If General 9 Moons was killed in front of him, it would be really difficult to accept. "Are you sure there's no problem?" Lin Zhe valued Ling Xiao the most. He really did not want Ling Xiao to take this risk. If Ling Xiao really died in battle because of this, then it would be too late for regrets. "Marshal Lin, you don't believe me?" Ling Xiao did not explain anything. He jumped out. Since Lin Zhe was worried about him, he would let Lin Zhe be at ease. "I'll be right back." On the battlefield, Ling Xiao completely concealed his aura. If one did not pay attention, they would think that he had suddenly disappeared from the battlefield. He was there, but there was no aura. In addition, the battlefield was very chaotic. It was really impossible to see him with just the eyes. Huff! Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He did not expose any aura, but at this time he was able to condense his true origin energy on the drifting snow sword in his hand. This seemed to be a very contradictory thing, but he had managed to do it. This was because he did not rely on martial arts to conceal his aura. He relied on the model of the mountain river martial soul. At this time, he was acting like an ordinary person. Chapter 215. Under the state of soul imprint, the mountain river martial spirit's analytical ability sped up. Ling Xiao was paying attention to every move of the invisible ninja assassin. This included the changes in his muscles and bones, as well as the flow of his true origin. It even included the direction of his next target. Everything was under Ling Xiao's control. He kept getting closer to the invisible assassin, but he didn't attack. He was waiting for the moment when his opponent would attack. That was when his opponent was at his strongest, and also when his opponent's weakness was the greatest. "Lin Shuai, your disciple is really not simple." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ling Xiao was simply an oriole waiting to pounce, and the invisible assassin was a praying mantis. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although Ling Xiao didn't reveal any aura, he stood there like an ordinary but sharp sword. Once unsheathed, blood would definitely be spilled. Whoosh! The invisible assassin finally found his next target. Although his sneak attack on General Yu didn't succeed, it caused a huge impact. General Yu, who originally had the upper hand, was at a disadvantage in the following battle. So this time his target was still the level 9 experts. General Yu? Ling Xiao realized that the invisible assassin was speeding towards General Yu. If his attack landed, General Yu you would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. He could imagine that General Yu, who was fighting a level 9 peak demonic beast, would be in a terrible state when faced with this sudden attack. Whoosh! At that moment, Ling Xiao also turned into an afterimage and shot out. Lin Zhe and the others instantly became nervous. They didn't dare to make a sound, afraid that the invisible assassin would notice Ling Xiao's existence. This scene caused many martial artists who were in the midst of battle to become nervous. Their opponents weren't very strong, so they still had the time to pay attention to Ling Xiao's situation. The drifting snow sword pierced the invisible assassin's head, and a flower of blood floated out. The invisible assassin cried out in alarm and suddenly retreated. There's blood, and there's a scream. His attack actually succeeded. How amazing! Even a peak 8th stage martial master found it hard to understand how Ling Xiao had managed to stab the invisible assassin. Even if he could completely restrain his aura, his opponent was constantly moving at high speed. He would only pause for a moment when he attacked. This opportunity was fleeting. Even they were unable to grasp it. How did Ling Xiao, a 7th level martial vein martial master, do it? What a pity. Ling Xiao retreated almost at the same time as the invisible assassin, his figure quickly disappearing. The other party didn't even notice who had launched the attack. It was a pity that Ling Xiao was not very satisfied with this attack. The other party was indeed worthy of being an early 9th level martial vein realm martial master. Even if he was an assassin, his defensive power was not something an ordinary martial artist could compare to. Although Ling Xiao didn't use any powerful martial skills to ensure that his sword strike hit its target, it only managed to pierce through the skin a little. It was too hard. After all, the drifting snow sword was a fine-grade artifact. However, the fact that he was injured meant that it was still effective. Since one sword wasn't enough, then 13. Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a sneer. He knew that he couldn't kill this invisible assassin, but what he wanted to do was not to kill him, but to infuriate him. Then he would let the other party change the assassination target to Ling Xiao. Lin Shuai, are you relieved now? Ling Xiao returned to Lin Zhe's side and said with a smile, You brat, forget it. Be careful. I'll ambush you nearby. You lure that guy over, and I'll kill him. Lin Zhe didn't know why, but he felt that Ling Xiao was really reassuring, even more so than the 12 tiger guards. Lin Shuai, although your idea is good, it's okay to deal with demonic beasts and mechanical beasts. However, it's not good enough to deal with cunning ninjas. Ling Xiao said with a smile, I have a better idea. So. Can it really work? After listening to Ling Xiao's method, Lin Zhe couldn't help but frown. Don't worry, it will definitely work. Ling Xiao nodded. Well then, we'll do as you say. Lin Zhe also thought about it. If he ambushed, it would definitely arouse the other party's suspicion. After all, a peak 9th level martial vein, realm, martial master suddenly disappeared. Anyone would become cautious. The next moment, Ling Xiao used the same trick again. When the invisible assassin launched another sneak attack, he drew his sword again. But this time, the other party was obviously prepared. Little bastard, it's you. The invisible assassin discovered Ling Xiao's existence. He was so angry that he wanted to spit fire. He was actually injured by a 7th level martial vein realm martial master. If this spread out, it would be embarrassing. He carefully glanced at Lin Zhe's position. He found that Lin Zhe was still sitting there, recovering from his injuries. He was relieved. This shouldn't be a trap. This kid's first sneak attack was successful, so he was a little proud and came for the second time. Well, since you like sneak attacks so much, I'll let you die under a sneak attack. The ninja clan's invisible assassin sneered. He lightly blocked Ling Xiao's attack and prepared to counterattack. But suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. The attack of this 7th level martial vein realm martial master was far stronger than he had imagined. Even he had to be careful. Moreover, after the opponent's sword, there was another sword. What was even more terrifying was that this sword attack seemed to have completely accumulated into a single attack, increasing the attack power by several times. Stinking brat, you're courting death. A total of 13 swords. The attack of a mere 7th level martial vein realm martial master actually made him unable to counterattack for a while. This was too embarrassing. Although he was not injured, he was angry. He suddenly stabbed out with his dagger, trying to kill this complacent kid on the spot. Bang! The young warrior in front of him collapsed and disappeared into smoke. Clone? And it was a martial spirit clone. Could this kid be a disciple of the 12 hidden sects? The invisible assassin was shocked. However, in this moment of pause, Ling Xiao had already used his strongest move, flying snow. And it was even more pure and powerful flying snow. It was even more powerful than the move he used against Ming Tian that day. Pucci. This time, the invisible assassin was not lightly injured. He had been stabbed in the leg, and it was a wound so deep that bone could be seen. Aren't you fast? Then I'll stab your leg. Lin Shuai, it's up to you. Cloud Dragon Godly Travel. After stabbing the invisible assassin, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of staying. He used his extraordinary movement technique to turn around and flee. Before the invisible assassin could understand what was going on, a large saber suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Zhe was a peak 9th level expert. Even if it was a distance of several hundred meters, he could cross it in an instant. He definitely had the ability to kill the invisible assassin in an instant, but unfortunately he could not see this guy. But now, Ling Xiao had poured his Sky Dragon True Essence into the invisible assassin's body through the floating snow sword. Even when invisible, that trace of Sky Dragon True Essence could still show the position of the invisible assassin. Of course, the invisible assassin did not understand this. He did not understand why Ling Xiao insisted on attacking him even though he knew that he could not kill him. Chapter 216 / Gotcha! There was no shocking aura. This was because Lin Zhe had condensed all his anger and true essence on the blade. With this slash, the invisible assassin only had time to move his body slightly before a third of his right arm, body, and leg were cut off. The saber technique used by Lin Zhe seemed ordinary, but it was a genuine, extraordinary saber technique. In addition, his cultivation was much stronger than the invisible assassin's. If this slash had hit a vital point, the invisible assassin would have died without a doubt. However, in the end, he was still at a disadvantage because he could not see anyone. He could only follow the guidance of the Heavenly Dragon True Essence to attack, but it was still slightly off. Even so, the invisible assassin was still struggling at death's door as he fled in panic towards the local battle formation. You want to leave after killing someone? Dream on. If it was an early 9th level martial vein realm martial master at his peak, Ling Xiao would definitely not be a match for him. But at this moment, the invisible assassin only had half of his life left. Not to mention him, even an ordinary 7th level martial master could kill this guy. After all, Lin Zhe's attack was no joke. Not only did it cause superficial damage, but it also caused true essence to wreak havoc in the opponent's body. Lin Zhe's true essence was like a steel needle, causing the invisible assassin to be extremely weak. He was so weak that most martial masters had the ability to kill him. The problem was that this guy could be invisible, so no one could do anything. I'll send you on your way. Bloodblade Shadow King / Ling Xiao's Cloud Dragon Divine Travel was too fast. In an instant, he caught up with the fleeing invisible assassin. Then he shook his sword. At an extremely strange angle, he stabbed at the invisible assassin's weakest spot. Pucci. Once again, the invisible assassin was stabbed by Ling Xiao. The result this time was naturally different from before. The invisible assassin was not injured before and did not have to deal with Lin Zhe's terrifying true essence. And now, the invisible assassin's strength was probably not even comparable to a peak 7th level martial vein realm martial artist. Ling Xiao's sword stabbed out as a crazy amount of snow lotus true essence poured into the drifting snow sword, fusing with the body of the invisible assassin. The wound that had already split open became even more terrifying. Crack! Crack! The invisible assassin's body gradually froze, and then appeared in front of everyone. Ling Xiao lightly kicked over, and the sparkling and translucent body fell to the ground and turned into ice cubes. Even though there wasn't a huge commotion, there was no terrifying destruction. However, this scene deeply shocked all the warriors who saw the scene. The invisible assassin has been killed. The biggest problem has been solved. What's that young man's name? He doesn't even know? He is Lin Shuai's true disciple, Ling Xiao. No wonder, so it was him. No wonder he could kill the invisible assassin. The battlefield was in an uproar. The morale of the city defense mountains defending army soared once again, and the battle situation started to tilt towards Sky Cloud City's advantage. Even in the battle between the ninth stage experts, Sky Cloud City's side had started to gain the upper hand. Good lad, well done. Lin Zhe stood there with his broadsword resting on his shoulder. The wound on his shoulder had been torn open due to the previous slash, and it was bleeding. But he didn't care at all. His heart was only filled with excitement and joy. That was his disciple, his true disciple. Lin Shuai. Whose credit should this go to? Ling Xiao smiled and asked. Naturally, it's you. Lin Zhe smiled and said, if it wasn't for you, the number of people who died in the hands of the invisible assassin would have increased, and even the ninth stage experts would have fallen because of this. With you around, everything has changed. I'm only here to assist. It's too embarrassing to snatch credit from you. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that this battle to kill the invisible assassin was initiated by Ling Xiao, planned by Ling Xiao, and finally settled by Ling Xiao. Without Lin Zhe, other experts could also complete the task. But without Ling Xiao, no one could do anything. With the death of the invisible assassin, the ninjas instantly turned into a pile of loose sand, totally losing their fighting spirit. Without the help of the ninjas, the Blue Eyes clan couldn't do anything on their own and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. It could be said that if there were no other accidents, this battle should have ended here. In the battle just now, Ling Xiao had consumed a lot of energy, so he retreated to the back and began to recover his true essence. Dad, in the battle formation of the Blue Eyes clan, there was a man wrapped in black clothes. He was Ming Tian. Seeing his father's tragic death, killed by Ling Xiao, he couldn't wait to rush over to avenge his father, but he was quickly stopped by the ninjas. You'll die if you go. Don't forget that the 12 hidden sects of the human race have reappeared in the world. We have to be more careful. Otherwise, if we offend the people of the 12 sects, we won't even know how we died. Are the 12 hidden sects really that scary? Ming Tian was a little unconvinced. What if I told you that your master, Master Baiyun, is just an outer disciple of the Yuehua school, one of the 12 sects? What would you think? What? Ming Tian's eyes widened, completely unable to accept this. Don't be so surprised. Rumor has it that the 12 hidden sects will only reappear in the world when the mountain and river martial spirit appears, and the outer disciples of the 12 sects are all transcendents. The ninja continued, the 12 sects are the 12 sects that founded the human race's sacred dynasty. After you reach the transcendents, find a way to enter them. If you can't enter the 12 sects, it's impossible to annex the human race's sacred dynasty. Ming Tian gritted his teeth and said, I understand. I'll remember my father's revenge. After he finished speaking, he turned and left the battlefield. Under the command of the ninja expert, all the ninja warriors on the battlefield actually retreated completely. Damn ninjas, how dare you betray us? When the Blue Eyes clan's peak 9th level powerhouse saw this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This war was originally discussed with the ninjas. They were in the open while the ninjas were in the dark, but now they had been betrayed. General, we can't hold on any longer. The human race has begun to counterattack. General, what should we do? Should we retreat? The giant elephant puppet has been suppressed. We have no other means. The Blue Eyes clan fell into panic. Sky Cloud City's side finally changed from defense to offense and began a strategic counterattack. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged quietly at the back. Currently, the human race had the upper hand on the battlefield, so he didn't need to be anxious. He had just obtained a complete ninja soul from the ninja assassin, the Shadow Ninja Soul. This was a very terrifying ninja soul. Although it didn't have any effect on attack or defense, it could completely make the warrior invisible. Not only would the body be invisible, even the breath would completely disappear. Unless one's cultivation was stronger than the Shadow Ninja Soul and had a higher realm or special ability, otherwise, one wouldn't be able to detect it. If one's strength was stronger, they might be able to sense it within 10 meters. The so-called Big Realm referred to the improvement between the 9th level martial vein and the Transcendence. So it could be said that under the Transcendence, the Shadow Ninja Soul was almost invincible. If the ninja assassin hadn't met the freak Ling Xiao today, he might have been able to completely change the situation of the battlefield. Chapter 217. Ling Xiao had never tried to fuse two martial souls together, but it wasn't a difficult task. He realized that the Mountain River martial soul's biggest feature was its compatibility. Not only could it absorb any martial soul, but it could also fuse two or more martial souls together to form a new martial soul. He hadn't tried it before because he didn't have enough martial souls. But now he could give it a try. Blood Saber martial soul and Shadow martial soul. He closed his eyes and his soul entered the Mountain River martial soul. He found that the Mountain River diagram listed the features of the Blood Saber martial soul and Shadow martial soul in detail. Blood Saber martial soul strengthens weapon-type martial skills, can make moves more unpredictable, can summon Blood Saber ancestor to help. Shadow martial soul hides all auras, invisibility, can control shadows. After these two martial souls fused, the new martial soul was also listed. The new martial soul had all the features of the Blood Saber martial soul and the Shadow martial soul. The fusion of these two martial souls was really good, but some martial soul fusions weren't so suitable. For example, the Black Bear martial soul and the Shadow martial soul that focused on strength were difficult to fuse. Even if they fused, there would be many problems with their features canceling out each other. The Mountain River martial soul would give the answer whether the features would be cancelled out or not. Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about it. The new martial soul will be called Blood Shadow. Ling Xiao thought for a while and gave the new martial soul a name. Because the Blood Shadow martial soul had inherited the features of the Shadow martial soul and the Blood Saber martial soul, it was now a complete martial soul. In this way, Ling Xiao had 3 complete martial souls. In the previous battle to eliminate the illusion pill dealer, he had also obtained a Thunder God Spirit. At that time, because many things had happened and the Thunder God Spirit didn't seem to be compatible with his moves, he didn't transform it. But now was different. Since he found that martial souls could be fused, he could give it a try. The main feature of the Thunder God martial soul was that it had lightning attribute damage and could summon the Thunder God to attack. This didn't conflict with any martial soul. However, after some thought, Ling Xiao decided to merge the Thunder God martial soul and the Black Bear martial soul to form the Thunder Bear martial soul. As a result, not only did this martial soul possess the characteristics of the Black Bear martial soul, but it also possessed the lightning attribute, greatly increasing its power. Ghost Ship Remnant Soul, Giant Sword Remnant Soul, Thunder Bear Remnant Soul, Blood Shadow Martial Soul, Virtual Form, Dark Cloud Martial Soul, Transparent Form, Cherry Tree Martial Soul, Transparent Form, Mountain River Martial Soul, Unknown. These were all of Ling Xiao's martial souls. He did not choose to fuse them again because, according to the analysis of the Mountain and River martial soul, the result of fusing the other martial souls would not be very good. He would either lose a lot of characteristics or be unable to fuse with them. Although fusing with one's martial soul was the best way to improve the performance of one's martial soul, it didn't mean that it would be better. Ling Xiao would choose the best way to use his martial soul. Moreover, he already had 3 complete martial souls that could be used in battle. There was no need to rush to fuse them. Furthermore, if a martial soul had too many characteristics, it would affect the performance of certain characteristics. Generally speaking, it was best to fuse 3 martial souls into one. It would be a waste to fuse more, and it would be counterproductive. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. After the martial soul fusion, although his cultivation did not improve, he had a lot more ways to use his martial souls. His fighting strength had also improved a lot. If he met the invisible assassin again, he would definitely be able to deal with it more easily. And, just as Ling Xiao stood up, suddenly he felt a bone-piercing chill all over his body. It was as if a pair of eyes were staring at him, causing his blood to freeze. He looked in the direction of the gaze. His face became extremely ugly. Among the Blue Eyes clan, there was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. This person was dressed in black, like an unsheathed blade of slaughter. Just by standing there, he could give people a huge sense of oppression. Of course, this was not the reason why Ling Xiao's face changed. After all, his soul was strong. The oppression that the opponent gave him from a mile away was not enough to make him afraid. The reason why his face changed was because the analysis of the mountain and river martial soul told him that this person's strength was stronger than Master Baiyun. Transcendence Realm. This was the 3rd Transcendence Realm practitioner that he had met. The first was the blue-robed lady, the second was Master Baiyun, and the third was this person. The black-robed man sneered at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a group of corpses without any emotions. At this moment, the Blue Eyes clan's 9th level peak martial master actually gave the order to retreat. The Sky Cloud City's guards, who were in high spirits, thought that the enemy was escaping, so they prepared to give chase. Lin Zhe also stood up and prepared to give the order to give chase. Marshal Lin, get everyone to retreat and form a defensive formation. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. No one understood why Ling shouted this. Lin Zhe also hesitated for a moment, but due to his trust in Ling Xiao, he still changed the sound of the attack drum to that of a retreat. The gong sounded. No matter if they were willing or not, as soldiers, they had to retreat. The city guards who were preparing to give chase retreated and formed a new defense on the city defense mountain. Ling Xiao, what's going on? If we miss this opportunity, I won't be able to answer to the soldiers. Although Lin Zhe followed Ling Xiao's instructions, but until now he still didn't understand why. Ling Xiao didn't say a word, only pointing his finger to the front. A whoop! Just at this moment, a cry that sounded like it came from hell was heard, and all the city guard shuddered. Lin Zhe didn't ask any more, because he knew that something terrifying was coming. That was a wolf's cry. But after that wolf cry, even the 9th level peak demonic beasts started to shiver, not to mention the other demonic beasts. On the city guard side, the 9th level peak practitioners also felt that their breathing was not smooth and their true essence was in disorder, so suppressed that they felt like vomiting blood. Bang, 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 a series of falling sounds were heard. Those practitioners who were below the martial master realm actually fell straight onto the ground, and the lower their cultivation, the worse the situation. Luckily, Ling Xiao reminded them, and they didn't rush over. Relying on the 9th level experts, Qi, to protect them, they were only seriously injured. If they really rushed over, they believed that all of them would die from bleeding from their 7 orifices. This is a ferocious beast. Qi Yuan clenched his teeth and said, Ferocious beast? The rumored demonic beast which had broken through the 9th level peak limit? The demonic beast, which is equivalent to a human transcendence realm practitioner? Lin Zhe asked in shock, Brother Qi, are you sure? It can't be wrong. If you don't have any transcendence realm practitioners here, then Sky Cloud City will definitely not be able to hold on. Qi Yuan's expression turned extremely ugly. He was very clear about the ferocious beast's terror. Even if it was a slightly weaker Transcendence realm practitioner, if they met one, they would have to retreat. Moreover, there weren't any strong practitioners of that realm here. Senior brother, quickly go and get Master. Lin Zhe looked at the White Cloud Observatory Master and shouted anxiously, "This concerns the lives of tens of millions of people in Sky Cloud City." Chapter 218. Sigh. Lin Zhe sighed. He was very clear about Master Bai Yun's character. In his eyes, ordinary people's lives were as worthless as ants. Even ordinary warriors were nothing in that person's eyes, unless they had the potential to advance to the extraordinary level. Otherwise, they were all trash. This was Master Bai Yun's point of view. No one could change that. Lin Zhe couldn't either. Brother Lin, if there really isn't any extraordinary realm practitioner, then let's join forces and drag it out as long as we can. The others can escape as far as they can. There's no hope. Qi Yuan looked at Lin Zhe, and his voice was filled with sorrow and helplessness. Count me in as well. Master Bai Yun also stood out. The 3 peak 9th level martial masters could be said to be the strongest among the peak 9th level martial masters. If the 3 of them were still unable to stop the ferocious beast, then everything would be over. Despair spread among the guards, and many of them even gave up on escaping. Facing the beast's pursuit, even if they escaped, where could they escape to? Perhaps I can ask Master to help. Ling Xiao suddenly said, "You." Master Bai Yun smiled bitterly. If it was Ming Tian or Zwileng, it might be possible. But you really can't. I know. Master doesn't think highly of me, but have you forgotten that Master lost the bet to Lin Shuai, and he promised to protect me once? Let's use it today. Ling Xiao explained. Are you sure you want to use it? Master Bai Yun asked in shock. A chance for an extraordinary practitioner to protect you is extremely rare. At this stage, it's even more important than any other martial arts. Are you sure? I'm sure. Ling Xiao said indifferently. When the nest is overturned, no egg will remain intact. If Sky Cloud City is destroyed, I will be a stray dog. No matter how many chances I have, it won't be enough. Lin Zhe, what do you think? Master Bai Yun looked at Lin Zhe and asked. He knew that the reason why Lin Zhe gave this chance to Ling Xiao was to protect Ling Xiao's potential. It's his decision. Lin Zhe only felt pride at this moment. Ling Xiao was willing to give up such a chance for Sky Cloud City. It was really commendable. All right then. Ling Xiao, what do you intend to do? That's a beast. Even if it's a first-level beast, it's equivalent to a first-level extraordinary practitioner. It can easily destroy an ordinary country. Master Bai Yun frowned. Are you sure you can survive before Master saves you? I'm not sure. Ling Xiao shook his head. What he said was the truth. The decision this time was the one he was most uncertain about, but he was willing to give it a try. He didn't have any grand ideas, nor did he want to talk about saving the common people. However, he knew very well that once the ferocious beasts broke through the city, the entire Baiyun province would become a living hell. Hong Qi, Ling Luo, Ling Yixue, Leng Mei, Ling Yihong, Lin Zhe, and the others had to die. He was a person who valued relationships too much. He would remember anyone who treated him slightly better for the rest of his life. Even if it was just for these people, he had to try. This was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. Suddenly, the wind started blowing on the mountain. It wasn't very strong, but it was very cold. The cold wind blew, and the black wolf-shaped beast that was 3 to 4 meters tall slowly walked over. Along the way, all the beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. The weaker warriors couldn't control their legs. Their bodies trembled, and some even knelt on the ground. Awoo! The wolf howled again. Lin Zhe, Master Bai Yun, Qi Yuan, and the other 9th-level warriors stood in front and formed a barrier, blocking the terrifying howl for countless warriors. The beast stopped howling, and its eyes revealed a cold light. It looked at the ninth-level warriors with disdain. Just this gaze alone made the ninth-level warriors, except for Lin Zhe, Master Bai Yun, and Qi Yuan, tremble in fear. Blood seeped out of the corners of their mouths. It was too terrifying. This was the strength of a beast that was equivalent to a transcendent warrior. Marshal Lin, this is the guy who killed December. General Zhu, you suddenly said with a pale face. Dai Yuling was replaced as one of the 12 Tiger Guards because one of them had died in battle. And this person was none other than December. All along, the geniuses of the latent dragon camp were very confused and wanted to know what had happened to December. But today, Ling Xiao finally understood. December was dead. He was killed by the beast in front of him. I know. Lin Zhe's voice was very calm. Even though he was filled with resentment in his heart, it was meaningless when facing a vicious beast. Everything depended on strength. Ling Xiao, listen up. The three of us will attack with all our strength. You take the opportunity to get close. As long as your life is threatened, Master will definitely take action. He's not the kind of person who doesn't keep his promise. Lin Zhe looked at Ling Xiao and said, he wanted to do this because he wanted to reduce the chances of Ling Xiao dying as much as possible. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have been killed by the wolf-shaped vicious beast in an instant if he were to go up and draw its aggro. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. At this time, it was useless to say anything. Go. 3 figures dashed out. They were the strongest existence in Sky, Cloud City, other than Master Bai Yun. If even they couldn't stop the wolf-shaped beast, then they could only place their hopes on Master Bai Yun. The rest of you get into your defensive positions and prepare to defend till death. General Yu became the temporary commander. He was very clear that Lin Zhe and the other 2 alone wouldn't be able to stop the wolf-shaped beast. They had to prepare for the worst. When despair reached a certain limit, it might make one even more determined. Because since they were going to die anyway, they might as well die in a spectacular manner. To these practitioners, it was such a simple logic. They didn't need to consider too much. Under General Yu's command, everyone was ready for battle. If the Blue Eyes clan intruders wanted to enter Sky Cloud City, they could only step over their dead bodies. Laughed. The wolf-shaped beast actually laughed. But it was a ridicule. Perhaps in its eyes, this was just the useless actions of a group of ants. Lin Zhe raised his saber and condensed a huge blade of vital energy. A shadow flickered behind his back as the power of his martial spirit was pushed to the maximum. Master Bai Yun and Qi Yuan pressed on Lin Zhe's back, respectively, as 90% of their remnant souls flickered behind their backs. The power was all added onto Lin Zhe's attack. 3 men make a tiger. Although the combined power of the 3 of them couldn't reach the power of a transcendent stage practitioner. But the distance was already very close, so the effect was much better than a scattered attack. The only pity was that after the ancient times, the human race had yet to produce a complete martial spirit. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. Otherwise, with the combination of a complete martial spirit, this attack would be even stronger. The terrifying power was condensed into one point. Lin Zhe's saber had already been brandished as the terrifying power whizzed past. Ling Xiao had a feeling that this saber, not to mention him, even if it was any practitioners below the transcendent stage, they would not be able to block it. Boom! The saber had yet to descend, but the terrifying saber chi had already landed on the ground. The ground around the wolf-shaped beast seemed to have been hit by a meteorite as it started to collapse. Chapter 219. The wolf-shaped beast could not escape from the combined attack of Lin Zhe and the other 2. However, it did not seem to plan to escape. There was a strange look in its eyes. It seemed to be praising Lin Zhe for his powerful attack. However, there was no fear in its eyes, not even the slightest bit of panic. Looking at the terrifying attack, the wolf-shaped beast lifted its paw gently. There was no terrifying aura. It was as if it was just casually extending its paw. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. The huge blade finally landed on the wolf-shaped beast's paw. There was no rumble or explosion as he had imagined. The wolf-shaped beast swatted the attack away as if it was swatting a mosquito. Boom! The terrifying attack did not cause any effect. Instead, it was swatted back. Lin Zhe, the master of the Baiyun Monastery, and Qi Yuan were the first to bear the brunt. The three of them instantly turned pale as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes were filled with confusion. This was an expression that could only be seen in complete despair. Their strongest attack was exchanged for a weak counterattack. Only the three of them who were deeply involved in the attack would understand this kind of despair. Ling Xiao no. Just when Lin Zhe and the others were unable to extricate themselves from the shock, Ling Xiao moved. Thanks to the combined attack of the three of them, he saw the wolf-shaped beast's weakness. A beast was a beast after all. Even if its combat power was equivalent to a transcendent warrior, it was still too stupid in dealing with many things. Before this, Ling Xiao did not have the confidence to survive for 10 minutes under the attack of this beast. However, he was confident now. There was no problem for him to last for 10 minutes. Even the time it took for an incense stick to burn would not be a problem. He rushed out. His figure flickered in the air. The reason why he was not completely invisible was to attract the beast to attack him. Otherwise, Master Baiyun would not have come if he was not in danger. The beast quickly noticed him. Its eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. It swatted its paw down casually. This claw seemed simple, but it actually contained the profundity of a transcendent martial art, causing people to be speechless. However, Ling Xiao did not have time to admire the beast. Under this terrifying pressure, he was like a nimble swallow. He avoided the crazy typhoon and appeared behind the wolf-shaped beast at an unbelievable angle. Bam! The wolf-shaped ferocious beast's claws slammed onto the ground, creating dozens of cracks in the ground. The nearby demonic beasts, martial artists, and mechanical beasts were all affected. Many of them fell into the cracks, howling miserably. Just a casual swing had such power. If it used its full strength, Sky Cloud City was nothing. However, Ling Xiao was safe and sound under such a terrifying attack. In the eyes of Lin Zhe and the others, this scene was like a stupid human being troubled by a fly. Humans were strong. He could kill a fly with a single slap. But if he couldn't hit the target, it would be meaningless. However, despite their surprise, Lin Zhe and the others did not relax at all. Humans could invent all kinds of tools. The wolf-shaped ferocious beast naturally had its own special abilities. Otherwise, if it was played by a 7th-level martial vein master, its reputation as a ferocious beast would be greatly reduced. Boom! The aura shot up to the clouds. The wolf-shaped beast's body burned with blazing flames. The flames covered the sky and enveloped the 100-meter radius around it. In a moment of carelessness, Ling Xiao's clothes were burnt. This was not the most troublesome part. The most troublesome part was that the moment he paused, the wolf-shaped beast caught onto his traces and attacked him with hatred. There was no way to evade it. Am I going to die? Facing this fatal attack, Ling Xiao did not have any possibility of evading. His qi was drawn in by the opponent as though he was imprisoned. No matter how fast he was, it was meaningless if he could not move. It felt like a fly bumping into a spiderweb. At the last moment of his life, Ling Xiao mobilized all the true essence in his body and used it on the Sky Dragon Golden Body to protect his vital parts. Even if he knew that he was going to die, he was not willing to give up his last hope. Humans should not place all their hopes on others. Boom! Pa! The wolf claw slammed on the ground. Junior brother. Ling Yixue almost went berserk on the spot. Luckily, she was knocked unconscious by General Juyu. Otherwise, she would have lost her rationality and sent herself to death. Ling Xiao. Lin Zhe cried. Dead. Ling Xiao was dead. Ling Xiao, whom he had high hopes for, died just like that. This child, for Sky Cloud City died under the claws of a beast. A mournful atmosphere shrouded the entire city guards. Only Huananin and the rest revealed a complacent smile. These people were Wan Ben's men, and they could not wait for Ling Xiao to die. Now that Ling Xiao was dead, if it was not for the wrong occasion, they would have started celebrating. Sigh, I'm still too late. This child doesn't know what's good for him. A sigh was heard, and a figure landed in front of the wolf-shaped beast. His speed was very fast. Although he could not break away from the human category and could not fly continuously, he could not stay at a distance of more than 20 meters for too long. But compared to the majority of practitioners, he was already very strong. The person who came was Master Bai Yin. There was no mournful expression on his face, only a tinge of pity. After all, Ling Xiao's potential was not bad. Although he felt that it was not as good as Zhuo Lun tomorrow, but he was still his inner disciple. It was a pity that he died just like that. Awo! The wolf-shaped beast quickly sensed Master Bai Yin's presence. This was enough to threaten its existence. It had no choice but to take it seriously. As for the fly which it had just slapped to death, it did not care about it anymore. Primeval chaos / Master Bai Yin felt that since he was here, he had to do something. One had to look at the owner before beating a dog. This beast had killed his inner disciple, and if he did not do anything, he would not be able to survive in the world. He gently waved his right hand, and a strange true essence chi blade flew out. It looked like the scene was not as dazzling as Lin Zai's previous attack. However, the oppressive feeling this strike gave the wolf-shaped beast was much stronger than the previous one. The wolf-shaped beast's eyes finally revealed a serious expression. It stared intently at Master Bai Yin and opened its mouth to spit out a ball of red flame. Boom! The red flame and the milky white chi blade collided. The terrifying power spread out and sent the demonic beasts, mechanical beasts, and practitioners who did not manage to dodge in time flying. Those who were too close, even if they were 9th level experts, were instantly covered in blood. It seemed that they would not survive. Master Bai Yin! Seeing this scene, the practitioners who were originally in despair showed ecstasy. After all, Ling Xiao did not die in vain. He had attracted Master Bai Yin. Although showing ecstasy at this time might be a bit unfair to Ling Xiao, they were really happy. Master Bai Yin stood there. Although he was still dressed like an old farmer, he looked like a god who had descended from the sky. Especially that terrifying attack, it actually overshadowed the wolf-shaped beast in terms of momentum. This could not help but make people feel confident. No one noticed. In the underground fissure that was dozens of meters deep, a person whose limbs were completely broken and many parts of his body were completely smashed was stuck there. He was Ling Xiao. He was not dead yet. Although he was very miserable at the critical moment, he protected all his vital parts and used the fissure in the ground to speed up and escape. Chapter 220. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Master Bai Yin fighting the wolf-shaped beast. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to recover. Fortunately, there was still a large amount of gold in the Mountain River world. He could use the 9 transformation golden body technique to recover. Otherwise, he would probably die if he just lay there. When the big shots fought, they naturally wouldn't care about an ant like him. He could be at ease. On the ground, the battle between Master Bai Yin and the wolf-shaped beast was about to start. With Master here, this beast is naturally no match for him. It's a pity for Ling Xiao. If he could hold on a little longer, he wouldn't have to die. The Master of Bai Yin Monastery sighed. Yes, it's a pity. With that young man's potential, he might have been able to enter the 12 sects. Qi Yuan also sighed endlessly. Although he didn't know Ling Xiao well, he saw the scene just now very clearly. Ling Xiao was able to dodge the wolf-shaped beast's attack with his peak 7th level martial vein cultivation. Even if he only dodged once, this ability wasn't something an ordinary martial artist could do. This was a true genius. Lin Zai was speechless. There were still yellow tears in the corner of his eyes. To him, Ling Xiao was like his own son. Other than Ling Yixue and Cold Plum, no one else was sadder than him. Boom! Master Baiyun's aura sword. True yuan gushed out from his body, forming a substantial wave that wrapped around him. After so many years, I've finally met an opponent that I can fight. He looked at the wolf-shaped beast indifferently. The aura in his body had been released without reservation. He knew that it was impossible to deal with such a beast without using his full strength. Although a transcendent saint realm martial artist couldn't fly or soar, they could still hover or glide in the air for a short period of time. This was much more powerful than a 9th-level martial vein martial artist. Ling Xiao was still an exception. His soaring cloud steps was too special. Now that it had evolved into Cloud Dragon Divine Walk, it was even more mysterious. He could also do what a transcendent Saint Realm martial artist could do, but he still couldn't fly. If he wanted to fly, he could only rely on demonic beasts, mechanical beasts, flying martial spirits, etc. Howl, the wolf-shaped beast, was the first to attack. It opened its bloody mouth, and a ball of crimson flames condensed into the shape of a spear. Then, the surrounding ground began to be scorched black. Heat waves rolled and fiery winds wreaked havoc. The red ball whistled as it caused the air to distort, as though it was a meteor crashing towards Master Baiyun and Sky Cloud City. Lin Zhe had a feeling that if the crimson fireball hit him, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Speaking of which, they were still lucky. The wolf-shaped beast did not take the initiative to attack and only reflected their attacks back. Otherwise, not only would the 3 peak 9th-level martial vein experts die, the tens of thousands of martial artists behind them would also die. This terrifying pressure really made people feel a lingering fear. Primordial Chaos Thunderbolt Palm. Master Baiyun clasped his palms together. Terrifying true essence quickly condensed between his palms, and the faint sound of thunder and lightning could be heard. Then he suddenly separated his palms and pushed them forward. 2 solid palm prints broke through the void with the sound of thunder and lightning as they whizzed towards the wolf-shaped beast. The practitioners and demonic beasts were scared witless, as all of them tried their best to hide far away. The destructive blow from the earlier exchange had caused them to suffer deep injuries. Many of them had died on the spot. This was a battle between transcendents. It was simply too terrifying. Boom! The air suddenly lit up. Both palms collided with the crimson ball, and it quickly exploded. The terrifying aftermath had not disappeared, and the 2 figures on the ground had already scuttled out. Amidst the booming sounds, Master Baiyun had already exchanged more than 10 moves with the wolf-shaped beast. Their battle speed was too fast, and ordinary practitioners' eyes could not keep up with it. In their eyes, there was only the sound of explosions and the flashes of fire and lightning. Luckily, most of the practitioners and demonic beasts had escaped. Otherwise, under the battle between these 2 transcendents, they would probably have been torn into pieces by the raging energy. The 9th-level peak demonic beast was actually lying on the ground and wailing. This level of battle was simply too terrifying. Deep underground, Ling Xiao's arms, legs, and other damaged parts of his body were enveloped in golden light. Large amounts of gold were constantly consumed, and his body was also constantly recovering. The current him did not need to care about these things. Therefore, he was in a leisurely mood to enjoy the battle between these 2 experts. Others might not be able to see the battle in detail. However, Ling Xiao could see everything clearly. In terms of moves, there was nothing new about these 2 experts. What they displayed was different from ordinary practitioners. Their strength, speed, and the quality of their true essence had increased. At the same time, their comprehension of moves had far surpassed ordinary practitioners. If an ordinary practitioner used the same move, they might only be able to shatter a ceramic cup. However, when they used it, they could directly destroy a tall building. This was the difference. No wonder people said that when transcendence arrived, the emperor would retreat. In an ordinary country like Northern Han, the monarch was at most a peak ninth-level martial vein expert. When facing a transcendence, he would instead have to kneel. Otherwise, the fate of the country would have been decided in an instant. There was a story about a certain country's monarch buying something that a transcendence wanted in an auction house. As a result, the country was erased from the map the next day. 10,000 li of territory became scorched earth. Although this story sounded somewhat cruel, it was the truth. In front of a transcendence, the nobles and generals of the secular world were not even worth a fart. They definitely had the power to easily change the fate of a country. Clearly, Great Master Baiyun was an expert at this level. He could order the Baiyun province's governor and the border general around, but no one dared to say anything to his face. In the entire Northern Han, in the human race's sacred dynasty, and even in the Heavenly Dragon continent, he was a true martial arts legend. Of course, that was before the hidden sects reappeared in the world. Now, because of the appearance of the mountain and river martial spirit, many things had quietly changed. It was just that many people did not know about it. The clash of transcendence might only take the time to brew a cup of tea, but they had already exchanged over 100 blows. Both sides exchanged blows, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Amidst the loud rumbling, the wolf-shaped beast cried out miserably. Its body was already riddled with scars and bloodstains. There were even a few wounds that revealed eerie white bones. On the other side, Great Master Baiyun's situation was not good either. His clothes were already tattered, and there were several burn marks on his body, cutting a sorry figure. But overall, Great Master Baiyun still had the upper hand in this battle and could be considered to have firmly suppressed the wolf-shaped beast. His injuries were insignificant, whereas the other party's injuries were all serious. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of turbid air as he felt a little nervous, because this battle not only decided the fate of the two experts, but also the fate of Sky Cloud City and the entire Baiyun province. Although Great Master Baiyun had the upper hand, but before the results were out, it was hard to say anything. Awu, the wolf-shaped beast finally retreated. Its cold eyes had an additional trace of fear. Chapter 221. Master Baiyun roared. He gathered vital essence in his hands and was ready to use his killer move. However, at that moment, the wolf-shaped beast actually opened its mouth and spat out a dozen fireballs in succession. Then it turned around and fled. The fireballs were no longer as powerful as before. They were all shattered by the 12 tiger guards and did not cause any harm. Kill! Lin Zhe saw the situation and knew that his chance had come. The Blue-Eyed Clan was doomed. Avenge Ling Xiao and our dead soldiers. Defeat the Blue-Eyed Clan. Kill! 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 Deafening roars were heard. The morale of the human soldiers, led by Lin Zhe, was greatly boosted. They rushed forward in an overwhelming manner. On the contrary, the Blue-Eyed Clan threw away their armor and fled in a panic. They were no longer as powerful as when they first arrived. Master Baiyun did not care about the outcome of the battle. He only had eyes for the wolf-shaped beast. The moment the beast fled, he chased after it. Bang! Suddenly, a scene that no one had expected happened. Master Baiyun, who had just fled, was punched back. Blood flowed from his mouth, and his face turned pale. Obviously, he was seriously injured. On the other side, a man in bright silver armor stood there and gently stroked the wounded wolf-shaped beast. He seemed to be intimate with it. The beast lay beside him and let out a low whine. What was going on? The people who were chasing the Blue-Eyed Clan stopped. Master Baiyun was beaten back and was obviously seriously injured. This was not an ordinary thing. Ling Xiao also observed the scene nervously. That wolf-shaped ferocious beast actually had a master. Furthermore, this master's strength was likely much stronger than Grandmaster Baiyun. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to make Master Baiyun vomit blood with one punch. "Who are you?" Master Baiyun asked coldly. Although his face was pale, he might be able to injure his opponent if he fought to the death. Hee, a mere transcendent realm level, one martial artist dares to hurt my pet. This punch is to teach you a lesson. Bright silver armor sneered. Pet. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Such a powerful beast was actually just this person's pet? Where did this man come from? How could he be so powerful? Are you from the Beast King Palace? Suddenly, Qi Yuan's voice rang out. Although his voice wasn't loud, many people nearby heard it very clearly. Ling Xiao also heard this sentence because he was in the state of soul immersion. Beast King Palace? Beast King Palace, one of the 12 hidden sects? Master Baiyun's expression changed drastically as he turned around and asked Qi Yuan. It can't be wrong. His armor has the symbol of the Beast King Palace. It's the head of a fierce tiger. Qi Yuan nodded. TSK, I didn't expect someone in this secular world to know about our Beast King Palace. Ha 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 ha, interesting. Since you know about the Beast King Palace, then you should know how terrifying we are. Today, I have no other intentions other than to ask you a question. Your Excellency, please speak. Qi Yuan said very carefully. At least you know what's good for you. I wonder if the mountain and river martial spirit has appeared in your Baiyun province? Asked Bright Silver Armor. Hearing this question, Ling Xiao's heart couldn't help but tighten. He secretly felt lucky that he hadn't used the mountain and river martial spirit. Although he knew that the mountain and river martial spirit was very powerful in battle, he had been restraining himself from using it because he was afraid of being targeted. He didn't expect that someone would really come looking for him today. Mountain and river martial spirit? How could such a level of martial spirit appear in such a remote place? Even if it appeared, it should be in the 12 sects, right? Qi Yuan frowned and said, I'm really sorry, I really haven't seen it before. Lin Zhe also nodded and said, Brother, I'm the Border General. I know all the young practitioners in Baiyun Province who have some aptitude, but I've never heard of anyone who has the mountain and river martial spirit. I've also never heard of it before. If there really is one, I'll definitely take him in as a successor disciple. Master Baiyun also said, I can see that you're not lying, but Bright Silver Armor suddenly sneered and said, The ninjas have already submitted to our Beast King Palace, but you've killed many of them today. Although it's a little bullying, Sky Cloud City shouldn't continue to exist. After saying that, he suddenly punched out. The power of this punch was enough to destroy the entire Sky Cloud City. Humph! Beast King Palace's people are indeed unscrupulous. But today I'll protect Sky Cloud City. A cold snort, a ray of sword light, then the fist shattered. A white-robed swordsman appeared on the battlefield, one hand holding a sword and the other hand behind his back. His long hair fluttered like a sword immortal. Sword King Sex people? Bright Silver Armor's face was slightly gloomy and then suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, I was just joking. If there really is a practitioner who has awakened the mountain and river martial spirit, wouldn't I have killed for nothing? Since you're here, I'll leave. He didn't stay any longer and used some unknown method to keep the wolf-shaped beast. After a few flashes, he had already disappeared into the vast forest. Sword King Sect is also one of the 12 sects. Qi Yuan was extremely shocked. Originally, the 12 sects had not been seen for tens of thousands of years, but today he met 2 of them. Thank you for saving us. Otherwise, Sky Cloud City would have been destroyed. Lin Zhe hurriedly cupped his hands and said, No need. My goal is the same as his. We're both looking for the mountain and river martial spirit awakened. After all, Northern Han is considered to be under our Sword King sect. I'm leaving. This person didn't say much, and with a shake of his sword, he was like a ray of sword light piercing through the sky and disappeared in an instant. Although he still couldn't fly, this person's movement skills were much better than Master Baiyun's. Unknowingly, the remnants of the Blue Eyes clan had already retreated from the Cloud River and boarded the giant mechanical ship towards the Blue Eyes Kingdom. Lin Zhe didn't send out troops to pursue them. The sudden appearance of Beast King Palace and Sword King Sect made his heart heavy. "Master, are you all right?" He walked towards Master Bai Yun and asked. "I'm fine." Master Bai Yun shook his head and said, "It's been tens of thousands of years. The reappearance of the 12 sects in the Sky Dragon continent is a huge matter. My injuries are nothing." "But, Master, what does the reappearance of the 12 sects have to do with us?" Lin Zhe asked puzzledly. "Rumor has it that only when the mountain and river martial spirit awakens will the 12 sects reappear in the world. The human race will have a new era of prosperity," Master Bai Yun explained. "I believe the 12 sects and the other sects that are second to the 12 sects will start to recruit disciples. The martial artists will really have a springtime. The human race doesn't have a complete martial spirit. They are even inferior to the Blue Eyes clan and the Ninja clan. How can they be prosperous?" Someone asked. "The mountain and river martial spirit is the ancestor of all martial spirits. Once it appears, the rest of the martial spirits will be awakened one after another. This is also the reason why there are more and more young martial artists awakening their martial spirit remnant recently." Master Bai Yun smiled bitterly and said, "Why didn't I think of this? Sigh, I don't know which unlucky guy got the mountain and river martial spirit. I'm afraid he will never have a day of peace in his life. Shouldn't it be lucky to get the mountain and river martial spirit? Why is he unlucky?" Chapter 222. The mountain river martial spirit is powerful, but if you can't control it, you won't live past 16 years old. Even if you live past 16 years old, you've seen the scene today. There are many people who want to get the mountain river martial spirit. This martial spirit doesn't belong to any one person. It belongs to the virtuous. Master Bai Yun explained, as long as the person with the mountain river martial spirit dies in battle, the martial spirit will be transferred to another person. Then wouldn't the person with the mountain river martial spirit become the target of public criticism? Lin Zhe was shocked. "You're right. However, a treasure is a treasure. Even so, there will still be countless people fighting over it. This is a cruel elimination competition. Once you're eliminated, you'll end up dead." Master Bai Yun nodded and said, "But putting aside the mountain river martial spirit, it's definitely an opportunity for you and others. The reappearance of the 12 sects may cause a bloodbath, but at the same time, it will give you more opportunities to advance." "That's right. Master is right." Qi Yuan nodded and said, "The Yuehua school that I once hoped to join is one of the 12 sects. It's also my lifelong wish. Unfortunately, my cultivation is too weak. I couldn't even pass the Yuehua school's first assessment." "It can't be. Brother Qi, you're a top existence among the peak 9th level martial vein experts. You can't even pass the first assessment?" General Zhu Yu asked in shock. That's nothing. Don't forget that I'm just an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. I'm also the most useless outer disciple." Master Bai Yun snorted and said, "Do you really think it's easy to join the 12 sects? If you don't reach the transcendent realm, don't even think about it." When he said this, Master Bai Yun seemed to have a strong sense of unwillingness and helplessness. He wasn't young anymore, but he was only an outer disciple of the Yuehua school. Moreover, he was at the bottom of the outer disciples. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of his situation in the Ling family. At that time, he was in fear every day. He was afraid that he would be kicked out of the Ling family and it would be impossible for him to practice martial arts. Master Bai Yun's life in the Yuehua school was definitely not easy. Isn't the transcendent realm the peak of martial arts? Shi Lei couldn't help but ask. The peak of martial arts? Ha! Master Bai Yun laughed and said, "Aren't you looking down on martial arts too much? To put it bluntly, anyone below the transcendent realm is nothing but an ant. The martial arts you've learned are merely the castrated version. True martial arts can only be learned and comprehended after reaching the transcendent realm. The 9th level of the martial vein is just the foundation. The transcendent realm is just the beginning. I am only at the 1st level of the transcendent realm, the lowest level of the transcendent realm. If it wasn't for the Sword King sect, the disciples of the Beast King Palace would have killed us as easily as killing a bunch of ants. Master Baiyun's words were too shocking. This was simply unacceptable to many martial artists who had been bitterly cultivating. If the transcendent realm was only the beginning, then what was the 9th level of the martial vein that they had bitterly pursued for their entire lives? The strongest among the ants? They were still ants. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the blue-clothed lady he had met in the Dragon Submission mountain range. That lady in blue was definitely a transcendent realm cultivator, but if he were to carefully sense her strength, it was likely that she was even stronger than the experts from the Sword King sect and Beast King Palace. Ordinary martial artists would feel discouraged and hopeless. However, the ambitious, genius martial artists were filled with anticipation after hearing Master Baiyun's words. This was because they understood that there was also hope amidst the crisis. For them, the next thing to do was to work hard to enter those hidden sections. Even if they couldn't enter the 12 sects, it would still be better for them to enter the other sects that were relatively weaker. The Heavenly Ninja Academy and the Latent Dragon Camp were not even worth mentioning when compared to these hidden sections. Qi Yuan, did you find out about any changes during your trip to the Yuehua school? Master Baiyun's sect was the Yuehua school. However, due to his old age, he was unable to make any progress, so it was equivalent to him being abandoned. It wasn't much different from being expelled from the sect, but it wasn't officially announced. The Yuehua school gave Master Baiyun a condition to return to the sect, which was to find at least one true genius to enter the Yuehua school. This was also the reason why Master Baiyun had been desperately searching for genius martial artists. Unfortunately, among those so-called geniuses, only Zhuo Leng and Ming Tian were worthy of his attention. As for the others, they were nothing at all. Ling Yixue was very talented, but unfortunately, she was of the Soul clan and probably couldn't enter the Yuehua school. This was also the reason why he wasn't willing to focus on cultivating Ling Yixue. Master, due to the appearance of the mountain and river martial spirit, the Yuehua school and the other sects are preparing to expand their strength and recruit disciples. I think the previous requirements would be slightly lower. Even if they can't reach the transcendent realm, as long as they can reach the 9th level of the martial vein, it's still possible to pass the entrance examination. Qi Yuan replied, Then you haven't passed? Master Baiyun frowned and asked, I'm ashamed. We're all 9th level experts, but those who can pass the examination are all geniuses. Qi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Although I'm strong, I didn't even pass the 7-star flower test. This is the most basic test. Only 5-star geniuses and above are qualified to take the rest of the tests. I see. Does that mean the sect is going to expand its enrollment? Yes. When I came back, I saw the announcement from the Yuehua school. In 3 months, there should be a large-scale enrollment. Qi Yuan replied, Well, if that's the case, I should be notified soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a red shadow suddenly flew over from 1,000 meters away. Master Baiyun reached out and caught it. It was a letter. This soft letter was thrown from 1,000 meters away and could still be so accurate. This kind of control of true essence could only be achieved by a transcendent realm martial artist. As expected, Master Baiyun's face was filled with ecstasy when he opened the letter. In 3 months, the Yuehua school will expand its enrollment. At that time, I can recommend 3 people to go. These 3 people don't need to go through the 7-star flower test or audition. They can start the entrance examination directly. As soon as he said this, Ling Yixue and Dai Yuling, as true disciples, were moved. If Master Baiyun were to recommend, he would definitely recommend Zhuo Leng and Ming Tian. This was without a doubt. As for the third person, he would probably choose between Dai Yuling and Ling Yixue. As for the other disciples, they didn't have much hope. However, No one would be willing to give up like this. You don't need to be discouraged. This time, the Yuehua School will expand its enrollment to the entire country of Northern Han. Within Northern Han's borders, including the ninjas and the blue-eyed clan living here, everyone is qualified to go. Master Baiyun smiled and said, Master will definitely not be biased. At that time, as long as one's potential is above 5-star, their strength will determine who will go to the Yuehua School. Finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer. He turned around and quickly left. His words were only polite. If one's potential was above 5-star, they would have already become his true disciple. Who would still be a mere disciple? However, his words reminded Ling Xiao of something. Chapter 223. Baiyun Sect, True Spirit Hall. Novel! Law Master Baiyun sat at the head of the table with Zhuo Lang and Ming Tian beside him. In front of him sat Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue, and the rest. There were still 4 successor disciples and 8 inner disciples. At this moment, Master Baiyun's injuries were almost healed, and the expert from Beast King Palace didn't have the intention to kill him. He was probably afraid of the Yuehua School behind Master Baiyun. Ling Xiao coming back from the dead made sky cloud cities people shocked. Even Master Baiyun didn't dare to believe it. However, Master Baiyun wasn't sure how magical the 9th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique was. Ling Xiao's resurrection was a good thing, so he didn't ask much. What he was most concerned about now was the expansion of the sect. Although he didn't think highly of Ling Xiao was his inner disciple after all. He was happy that Ling Xiao was still alive. Do you know why I'm not concerned about the conflict between the Blue Eyes clan, Ninja clan, and the Human clan? Grand Master Baiyun suddenly asked. The 12 of them shook their heads. Although they had different thoughts in their hearts, they didn't dare to say it out. Forget it, I'll tell you today. Master Baiyun revealed a kind smile and said, During the ancient times there was no such thing as ninja spirit or heroic spirit. There was also no ninja clan or Blue Eyes clan. Ah, everyone was stunned. At that time, the Human clan was the only race that ruled the Sky Dragon continent. They were the spirit of all living things. There were a large number of immemorial demonic beasts and ferocious beasts in the Sky Dragon continent. Their strength was much stronger than the demonic beasts and ferocious beasts of today. Master Baiyun continued. At that time, the Human clan only relied on their martial spirit. Then what about the Ninja clan and Blue Eyes clan? Ming Tian couldn't help but ask. About 100,000 years ago, the 12 sects had a common leader. He longed for immortality, so he sent Su Dao's warriors to the sea to search for the immortal panacea. When Su Dao left, he brought 1,000 men and women, and they were the ancestors of the Ninja clan. Master Baiyun replied, Su Dao called himself the Ninja Emperor, which means he was the first emperor of the Ninja clan. This was the beginning of the Ninja clan. As for the so-called ninja spirit, it was just a name change. It's still a martial spirit. As for the Blue Eyes clan, they were separated from the human race at almost the same time. At that time, the 12 alliance leaders had a child. He had blonde hair and blue eyes and was different from ordinary people. Therefore, he was considered a monster and would bring bad luck. Therefore, the alliance leader banished the child's mother and her people to the wildlands. No way the Ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan were actually separated from the Human clan. Anyone who heard of this matter would be extremely shocked. This was because the grudges between the Blue Eyes clan, the Ninja clan, and the Human clan had been going on for thousands of years. Although you can't believe it, this is indeed true. This is also the reason why the 12 sects were willing to recruit disciples from the Ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan after they reappeared in the world. Master Baiyun sighed and said, Other than the Ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan, there's also the Barbarian clan. It was a clan created by the younger brother of the 12 sects alliance leader. It was also the Human clan at first. The Human clan, the Barbarian clan, the Blue Eyes clan, and the Ninja clan are actually from the same bloodline? Are they the inferior clans that you mentioned? Everyone present was a little uneasy. They had just fought a huge battle with the Blue Eyes clan and the Ninja clan, and countless people were injured. In the end, they got such a result. That's right. The 12 sects exist to let the human clan regain the status of being the wisest of all creatures. Only then will the human clan be qualified to rule the Sky Dragon continent again and compete with the other clans on the 12 continents. Master Bayou nodded and said, Master's meaning is very simple. Previously, when you were fighting, I was too lazy to care. However, now that the mountain river martial spirit has appeared and the 12 sects have reappeared, the other 12 continents will soon know about this matter. We have a common enemy, so I hope you will stop fighting among yourselves. I will obey Master's orders. Although the 12 young geniuses answered very straightforwardly, no one knew what they were thinking. Well, this matter ends here. Next, Lin Zhe and Wan Ben will announce your military merits. When the time comes, you can enter the Technique Inheritance Hall to receive your rewards. After Master Baiyun finished speaking, the disciples were confused. Ling Xiao and the others from the Latent Dragon Camp had military merits. What about Zhuo Leng and Ming Tian? What about the geniuses from the Sky Ninja Academy? They also had military merits? I know you're confused, but it's actually very simple. In your eyes, this war is a battle of life and death. But in my eyes, this is just a trial to test you. Master Baiyun explained. The Latent Dragon Camp's military merits are obtained by killing the Green Eyes clan and the Ninja clan. The Sky Ninja Academy's military merits are obtained by killing the human clan. Do you understand now? Although Master Baiyun's words were a little hard for the 12 young disciples to accept, Master Baiyun had always been like this. He didn't seem to care about the casualties on both sides, so it was normal for him to do such a thing. Well, read out the military merits according to the number. I believe the two of you have arranged the order, right? Master Baiyun glanced at Lin Zhe and Wan Ben and said, Here, Lin Zhe represented the human clan, while Wan Ben, who had just returned, represented the Green Eyes clan and the Ninja clan. Let me read it. Wan Ben took the military merit book and read. First, Wan Ben's expression was obviously not very good. He paused for a while before continuing. The first is Ling Xiao with 1060 military merits. Huh. Hearing this, Master Baiyun was a little surprised. He glanced at Wan Ben and said, Are you sure you didn't read it wrong? The first isn't Naruto, nor Zhuo Leng. How can it be Ling Xiao? Master Baiyun didn't believe it. Wan Ben didn't believe it either. However, all the military merits were not calculated by hand, but by a treasure. There was absolutely no mistake. In the True Spirit Palace, Naruto and Zhuo Leng's attack didn't look good. However, they didn't dare to directly question Wan Ben. Master, there's a special situation here. Ling Xiao cooperated with Lin Zhe to kill a 9th-tier ninja clan expert, so he got more military merits. Governor Wan, you're wrong. Lin Zhe said, the military merits are calculated by a treasure. Ling Xiao got 90% of the military merits for killing the 9th-tier ninja clan expert, and I only got 10%. I should be the one cooperating with him, not the other way around. Okay, now's not the time to care about this. How many military merits did you get after killing the 9th-tier ninja clan expert? Master Baiyun interrupted Lin Zhe and asked. Killing the 9th-tier ninja clan expert was a total of 500 military merits. Ling Xiao got 450 points. Wan Ben replied, but even a 9th-tier ninja clan expert wouldn't have so many military merits, right? Master Baiyun asked. It's like this, Master. This person has the Shadow Martial Spirit, which is a great threat to Sky Cloud City. If he doesn't die, it's very likely that the war will change the direction, so he got so many military merits. Lin Zhe replied. Chapter 224. Master Baiyun still couldn't believe that a peak 7th stage martial vein stage martial master could get more points than a 9th stage martial vein stage martial master. Law, forget it. Continue reading. He wanted to compare and see if there was a problem with the military artifact. 2nd place, Ming Tian, 350 points. 3rd place, Ling Yixue, 200 points. 4th place, Zhuo Leng, 190 points. When Ben read out the points of the 12 disciples. Other than Ming Tian and Ling Yixue, the rest didn't have more than 200 points. However, Ling Xiao actually had so many more merit points than Ming Tian. This was simply too abnormal. Even if he killed the invisible assassin, he still had 610 points after deducting 450 points. That was almost double of Ming Tian's points. The rest couldn't compare at all. There must be a problem with the military artifact. Otherwise, it's impossible. Fei Yu and the other Sky Enduring Academy disciples all stood up and questioned. On the other hand, the latent Dragon Camp martial artists were very calm. They had seen Ling Xiao's performance. Without Ling Xiao, they would have lost the war long ago. They wouldn't have waited until the end. Ming Tian only sneered at Ling Xiao. He thought, "It's fine if you cheated, but you actually faked so many points. Don't you know that Master hates people who cheat? Ling Xiao, hand over your military artifact." Master Bai Yun said to Ling Xiao with a gloomy face, "Yes." Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of being accused. He didn't cheat anyway, so he wasn't afraid of Master Bai Yun checking. He knew that Master Bai Yun was biased towards Zhuo Leng and Ming Tian, but he wasn't a black-hearted person. The facts proved his thoughts. After Master Bai Yun checked the military artifact, he returned it to Ling Xiao and said with a frown, "There's no problem with the military artifact. I also checked the records. Ling Xiao's points are normal." "Master, how is this possible?" Ming Tian stood up. He couldn't believe it. "What? You don't even believe your master?" Master Bai Yun frowned. "Disciple doesn't dare." All right, one of the main reasons why Ling Xiao received so many military merit points was because he blocked the wolf-shaped beast. That gave him 300 military merit points, including the points for killing the invisible assassin. That's a total of 750 military merit points. Master Bai Yin was clearly afraid that Ming Tian would think too much, so he went out of his way to explain. The other 310 points are from him killing enemies. He's very fast, and with the special effect of 13 swords transformation, his killing speed is much faster than a normal person. Ming Tian still couldn't believe it. Master Bai Yun nodded and said, "But this Ling Xiao has already perfected his skills. Even I can't do that. When he kills his enemies, he kills them in one move. Every move hits the vital points. His efficiency is much higher than yours. However, this is just a trick. You don't have to pay too much attention to it." Although Master Bai Yun believed in Ling Xiao's military points, he was still dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's focus on combat skills. However, unlike him, Ming Tian was filled with anger and unwillingness. Ling Xiao not only killed his father in the battle, but also took first place in the military points. He even got 3 times more points than him. How could he accept this? He was a martial vein level 9 martial master and Master Bai Yun's direct disciple. He couldn't accept that he lost to Ling Xiao in military points. The disciples of the Heavenly Ninja Academy were indignant. The higher Ling Xiao's military points were, the more ninjas and blue-eyed clan warriors he killed. It was a double hatred. On the other hand, the geniuses from the latent dragon camp were already used to Ling Xiao's miraculous performance, and they all smiled happily. "Okay, the rest of you can go to the Technique Inheritance Hall to receive your rewards. Ming Tian's Zhuo Leng, you two stay." Master Bai Yun noticed that something was wrong with Ming Tian, so he intentionally asked his 2 most valued geniuses to stay. After Lin Zhe, Wan Ben, Ling Xiao and the others left. Master Bai Yun said gently, "I know that the 2 of you are still holding a grudge over the military points. In fact, there is no need. Ling Zhao's combat skills are indeed excellent. Even I am not as good as him. But that is useless. In my opinion, among the 12 of you, only the 2 of you have the chance to enter the Yuehua school and reach the Transcendence Realm. Master Bai Yin was full of pride as he spoke. In his life, the proudest thing he had done was to take in these 2 disciples. Obviously, no matter how good Ling Zhao's performance was, in his eyes, nothing more than a strange skill. It was not worth mentioning. Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng smiled when they heard Master Bai Yin's words. Thank you, Master. Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng were extremely excited. So what if Ling Xiao got first place? Isn't he still inferior to us? So what if your combat skills are excellent? If you can't reach the Transcendence Realm, you will be trampled under our feet for the rest of your life. After leaving the True Spirit Palace, everyone went straight to the Technique Inheritance Hall. In the past, they could only go to the Border General's mansion to receive their rewards. Now, they could go to the Technique Inheritance Hall, which was of a higher standard. Although everyone knew about the past of the human race, it was definitely not something that could be resolved in a short period of time. Therefore, the Latent Dragon Camp and the Heavenly Ninja Academy were like fire and water. Especially this time, Ling Xiao actually suppressed Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng. How could the Heavenly Ninja Academy accept this? The 2 sides entered the Technique Inheritance Hall one after the other and went to calculate the rewards they wanted to receive. At this time, Zhuo Leng and Ming Tian also arrived. Ling Xiao, you're not bad. You can kill a 9th level martial vein expert at the peak of the 7th level martial vein. I'm really amazed. The one who spoke was Ming Tian. However, his tone was full of hatred and sarcasm. But I don't know if you have the qualifications to enter a hidden sect. Hee, actually I hope you can also enter. That way we can compete. No problem. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I just hope that senior brother Ming Tian won't let his guard down. Maybe my cultivation will soon surpass yours. To be honest, Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng were indeed talented and had amazing potential. Coupled with Master Bai Yin's full cultivation, he had long been left behind. However, the more it was so, the more excited he was. If a person didn't have a goal to pursue, they would definitely lack motivation. Ha ha ha, let's wait and see. Ming Tian laughed and went to choose his reward with Zhuo Leng. Ling Xiao didn't waste any time. He had more than 1,000 military merits and could exchange for a large number of things, including martial arts manuals, heaven and earth treasures, divine weapons, and so on. However, having a lot of military merits was also a blessing. He had to make some more careful choices. He didn't need to choose martial arts manuals for the time being. For offense, he had Snow Lotus Sword Art. For defense, he had Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. For movement, he had Cloud Dragon Divine Walk. These were all transcendent martial arts. As for inner force cultivation methods, he also had the quasi-transcendent martial art Snow Lotus Truth. However, he didn't find any advanced version of it in the Technique Inheritance Hall. With these, plus his martial soul and some secret techniques, it was definitely enough. Chapter 225. Ling Zhao's current weakness was his cultivation. Ming Tian was already at the early stage of the 9th level of the martial vein, while he was only at the peak of the 7th level. Since he had lost at the starting line, he had to quickly make up for it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao began to flip through the Spiritual Medicine Secret Codex in the Technique Hall. This so-called Spiritual Medicine Secret Codex was actually a book in the Technique Hall. The medicinal herbs and pills recorded in it were all owned by Master Bai Yin. He could choose according to his military merit points. Qian Yuan Bone Changing Pill, a spirit pill for tempering the body. It can be used to increase the realm of defensive martial arts, and at the same time, it can also temper the body and lay a good foundation for advancing to the transcendent realm. Requires body potential of 90% of 4 stars and a cultivation of at least the 8th level. 3 heart soul condensing pill, a spirit pill for tempering the soul. It can be used to increase the strength of the soul and increase the soul power, laying a good foundation for advancing to the transcendent realm. Requires soul potential of 90% of 4 stars and a cultivation of at least the 7th level. High-grade true essence pill, a spirit pill for tempering the martial vein. It can be used to increase the strength of the martial vein and increase the true essence, laying a good foundation for advancing to the transcendent realm. Requires internal energy potential of 90% of 4 stars and a cultivation of at least the 7th level. There was a note at the back of these 3 pills. If not taken according to the requirements, it may cause chi deviation, bleeding from the 7 orifices, or even death on the spot. Each of the 3 types of elixirs required 150 military merit points. This was simply robbery. The military merit points required for a single pill was actually more expensive than a quasi-transcendent martial arts manual. However, you get what you pay for. Such an expensive thing naturally wouldn't be cheap. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and simply took 2 of each pill. In this way, he directly spent 900 military merit points. As for the remaining 160 military merit points, Ling Xiao used them all to exchange for gold, because in the previous battle, in order to repair his body, he used up all of his gold. Although the consumption was terrifying, he still managed to save his life. Considering this point, he felt that gold was quite important to him. 160 military merit points were directly exchanged for 16 million gold taels. Otherwise, why would it be said that the higher the cultivation, the less important gold was? The total amount of gold in the ninja auction house was almost this much, but Master Baiyun could easily exchange so much gold for his disciple. Of course, other than Ling Xiao, no one else would exchange military merit points for gold. After all, the higher one's cultivation was, the less useful gold would be. Other than basic necessities, there was almost no need for gold. After the exchange, Ling Xiao returned to his residence and began cultivating. Of course, the first thing he chose to cultivate was the Snow Lotus Truth. This was because it was the only and most powerful inner force cultivation method he had at the moment. If he wanted to increase his cultivation, he absolutely had to practice the Snow Lotus Truth. Moreover, after the battle that day, a lot of remnant strange power had surged into his body, including Grandmaster Baiyun's quintessential essence and the wolf-shaped ferocious beast's quintessential essence. He could feel that in the process of refining this external true essence, it should not be a problem for him to raise his cultivation to the 8th level of the martial vein. As long as his cultivation reached the 8th level of the martial vein, then the heaven essence bone-changing pill could be used. He did not want to take the risk. After all, he only had one life. Although he was anxious, it was better to cultivate step by step. After swallowing a high-grade, quintessential pill, the quintessential essence in his body surged like a tide. In the mountain river world, a wolf-shaped shadow and Grandmaster Baiyun's shadow were fighting. Ling Xiao's shadow stood at the side, accumulating strength, ready to find an opportunity to take down these 2 quintessential essences in one fell swoop. Suddenly, his shadow rushed out. Taking advantage of the weakening of the wolf-shaped shadow and Grandmaster Baiyun, it turned into a golden dragon and swallowed the 2 quintessential essences. Although the quality of the 2 quintessential essences was much stronger than his Snow Lotus quintessential essence, they did not have much of an advantage compared to his Sky Dragon quintessential essence. Coupled with the fact that they were in a weakened state, they were instantly swallowed by him, and then digested. 7 days later, Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The 8th martial vein in his body had finally been opened. The breakthrough to the 8th level of the martial vein was much easier than he had imagined. It was as if the conditions were right. However, he did not assimilate the wolf-shaped beast's scarlet flame quintessential essence and Grandmaster Baiyun's thunderbolt quintessential essence. It was not that he could not do it, but that he did not do it, because he found that once assimilated, the two quintessential essences would be reduced to the same level as his snow lotus quintessential essence. This was simply not worth the loss. Therefore, he isolated these two quintessential essences, just like the sky dragon quintessential essence, independent of the snow lotus quintessential essence, and used them as his trump card. Now he had 8 martial veins. One martial vein was the sky dragon quintessential essence, one martial vein was the scarlet flame quintessential essence, and one martial vein was the thunderbolt quintessential essence. The remaining 5 were all snow lotus quintessential essence. To be able to do this, it was all thanks to the 8th special ability he had obtained after reaching the 8th level of the martial vein, 9 veins spiritual body. The advantage of this ability was that the 9 martial veins could store 9 different quintessential essences, and they would not hinder each other. Of course, the quintessential essence obtained from others was limited. After it was used up, one could only use the snow lotus quintessential essence or the sky dragon quintessential essence to fill it up, or obtain other quintessential essences from others to fill it up. An ordinary martial artist would have at most 2 quintessential essences in their body, and it was impossible to have more. However, he could have 9 quintessential essences. The higher the level of the mountain and river martial spirit, the greater the surprise it would bring. At the same time that his cultivation was promoted to the 8th level of the martial vein, his snow lotus quintessential essence had finally reached the 9th level of perfection. This was all thanks to the previous battle, which allowed him to gain a lot of insights from the battle with the transcendent martial artists. Therefore, the speed at which he cultivated the quasi-transcendent martial arts had significantly increased. To have such achievements in 7 days, even he himself felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. However, the gap was still very far. It was a pity that he did not have any high-grade, quintessential essence pills. He swallowed a few low-grade, quintessential essence pills to consolidate his cultivation. This process took him 3 days. After that, he swallowed the 3-heart soul condensing pill and began to condense his soul and improve his soul force. He had once used the 7-star flower to test his potential. All 3 of his potentials should be above 7 stars, so he felt that he had to use all 3 at once. In this way, after advancing to the transcendent realm, his foundation would be even more solid. The soul ignition art was the same as the snow lotus quintessential essence. It was also a quasi-transcendent martial art. After 7 days of continuous cultivation, his soul force had obviously improved by a lot, and his soul had also become much stronger. The most obvious feature was that he felt that his thoughts had become clearer and faster. Things that he could not understand before, he could now quickly understand now. Things that he could not remember before, he could now quickly remember now. Not only that, because of the improvement of his soul force, the effect of the terrifying finger had also become more terrifying. It was not inferior to the snow lotus sword art in the slightest. To a certain extent, it was even more terrifying. The soul ignition art had been promoted to the great perfection realm. In the future, other than using it in battle, he could temporarily put it aside. Next, he would take the quintessential bone-changing pill to cultivate the heavenly dragon golden body. During this period of time, his heavenly dragon golden body had not made any progress. It had always been stuck at the 2nd level, unable to advance an inch. However, this time he had exchanged for the quintessential bone-changing pill. Coupled with the breakthrough in his cultivation and soul, it was estimated that it was time for the heavenly dragon golden body to be promoted. This time he did not dare to use the shadow cultivation secret technique because it involved too many things. If something went wrong, it would be dangerous for him to go berserk. Chapter 226. His cultivation had advanced to the early 8th layer. His soul power had skyrocketed. The snow lotus truth and soul ignition art had both been cultivated to the great circle. This provided Ling Xiao with a good condition to cultivate the sky dragon golden body. He had 2 heaven essence, bone, changing pills in his hand. Each heaven essence, bone changing pill was full of medicinal power, so he planned to take one first. After all, this heaven essence, bone changing pill required a cultivation of the 8th layer and above to use, which had higher requirements than the other 2 pills. Taking 2 at a time, he was afraid that he would not be able to bear it. After swallowing 1 heaven essence, bone-changing pill, Ling Xiao knew that his inference was correct. At that moment, his body felt as if his bones were completely shattered. That kind of pain was really not something that an ordinary person could bear. After 7 days and 7 nights, Ling Xiao could not even move and was tortured every day, but he held on with a firm will. In addition, his cultivation had already reached the 8th layer of the martial vein. Coupled with his vigorous true essence, he would not go mad or bleed from his 7 orifices. The only trouble was the pain. The pain was almost unbearable. No wonder this heaven essence, bone-changing pill required a cultivation of the 8th layer and above to use. This kind of pain, this kind of impact, was really not something that a martial artist below the 7th layer could bear. After 7 days and 7 nights, the pain finally subsided. At this time, Ling Xiao fully operated the Snow Lotus Truth and Sky Dragon Golden Body, bringing the absorption power of the mountain and river martial spirit to its limit. The crazy medicinal power continued to pour into his body. He could clearly feel that the shackles of the 2nd layer of the Sky Dragon Golden Body began to collapse, and there was a faint feeling of advancing to the 3rd layer. The degree of toughness of his body also increased by leaps and bounds, and the speed was extremely fast. With the great circle of the Snow Lotus Truth and the miraculous fusion speed of the mountain and river martial spirit. After about 10 days, the medicinal effect of this heaven essence, bone-changing pill, was finally completely absorbed. Ling Xiao could not help but explode with a shout, expelling the waste gas from his body. He opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He could clearly feel that the toughness of his muscles, bones, skin, and flesh had greatly increased, especially the toughness of his bones. It was not inferior to a high-quality treasure. And this was just the strength of his body before he used the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. At the same time, due to the repeated use of the Snow Lotus Truth during this process, his cultivation base was also improving imperceptibly. Although it was not as fast as when he took the high-grade True Essence Dan, from the looks of it, advancing to the middle stage of the 8th level of the martial vein was just around the corner. At this time, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the early 8th level of the martial vein, and he was close to breaking through the limit. He was only a paper away from the middle of the 8th level, and his Heavenly Dragon Golden Body had finally broken through the shackles of the 2nd level under the medicinal effect of the Qian Yuan bone-changing pill, and advanced to the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body not only strengthened the body, but also had 2 special signs. One was to produce heavenly dragon tendons, and the other was to condense heavenly dragon scales. There was no order in these 2 symbols. Ling Xiao first comprehended the heavenly dragon scale. When he integrated his true essence into the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body cultivation method, a layer of golden scales began to appear on the surface of his body. However, these scales were still transparent for the time being, faintly discernible. Even so, the terrifying defense brought by the scales was much stronger than the 9 transformation golden body technique of the 9 transformation. From now on, Ling Xiao's defense had taken a qualitative leap. Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor. This was not only eye-catching, but its defense was also terrifyingly powerful. And the most amazing thing was that the Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor could be used to strengthen the attack according to the different parts of the armor. For example, if one wrapped the hands with the Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor, the attack would be much stronger. In addition, when the Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor was attached to the entire body, it was equivalent to a perfect absolute defense. Even if he was surrounded by tens of thousands of martial artists, as long as they could not break his defense, he would not be harmed at all. At this level, the number of people basically did not have much meaning to him. If the enemy wanted to use the human wave tactic to eliminate him, it was tantamount to a fool's dream. Of course, there was a reason why the heavenly dragon scale armor was condensed and not born. The reason was that Ling Xiao's current quintessential essence was not enough to sustain the heavenly dragon scale armor. Generally speaking, for a transcendent martial art like the heavenly dragon golden body, even if it was a peak 8th level martial master, being able to sustain the heavenly dragon scale armor for 20 breaths was already considered very powerful. Therefore, the heavenly dragon scale armor was like many defensive artifacts. It was basically used as a life-saving item. Unless it was a critical moment, it would not be used. Ling Xiao's current quintessential essence was very dense. It was much stronger than the quintessential essence of a peak 8th level martial vein martial master. Basically, it was about the same amount of quintessential essence as a peak 9th level martial vein martial master. Therefore, it was not a problem for him to maintain the heavenly dragon scale armor for 100 breaths of time. In addition, his mountain river martial spirit could devour quintessential essence. So the more enemies there were, the more beneficial it was for him. Normally, he did not dare to keep condensing the heavenly dragon scale armor. But when facing an army of thousands, it would not be a problem even if he kept condensing it. This was because the quintessential essence that he devoured was enough to maintain the heavenly dragon scale armor. He had estimated, without using the heavenly dragon scale armor, martial artists below the late 8th level of the martial vein would not be able to injure him at all, unless they had a divine weapon. And once he used the heavenly dragon scale armor with his current cultivation, even if it was a peak 8th level martial vein martial master, he would still be in an invincible position. He could completely exhaust his opponent to death. As for the early 9th level martial vein martial master, it was still very difficult for him to deal with them. However, at the very least, he could ensure that he would not die. In the next half a month, Ling Xiao did his best to consolidate the cultivation of the 3rd level of the heavenly dragon golden body. At the same time, he completely absorbed the remaining medicinal strength. He also tried to familiarize himself with the use of the heavenly dragon scale armor. After all, this could be considered a skill. When to use the heavenly dragon scale armor and where to use it, these were all very particular. Covering the entire body would definitely have the worst defensive effect. If it was a partial defense, the defensive power would be condensed to a single point, which would naturally have the best effect. The key was what kind of enemy he was facing. Fortunately, he had a martial spirit avatar, so he could repeatedly try and practice. Half a month later, his use of the heavenly dragon scale armor had reached perfection, and the 3rd level of the heavenly dragon golden body had completely stabilized. It was just that the heavenly dragon tendon had yet to be cultivated. However, he was not in a hurry, because he knew very well that being impatient would not allow him to eat hot tofu. The more anxious he was, the easier it would be for him to go berserk. His current cultivation speed was already very astonishing. There was really no need to take the risk. The gains would not make up for the losses. In this half a month, because he did not consume the heaven essence, bone-changing pill, and other spirit medicines, Ling Xiao once again used the shadow cultivation secret technique. His main body continued to consolidate the cultivation of the heavenly dragon golden body, as well as familiarizing himself with the use of the heavenly dragon scale armor. One of the 2 clones focused on improving his martial spirit, and at the same time he was preparing to develop a new killing move. Because he had fused 2 brand new martial souls, this was necessary. The other one persevered in cultivating the divine Prison King Fist. The clone could also use the mountain and river martial spirit to analyze and comprehend, and the memories of the main body were also shared. Therefore, the benefits that Ling Xiao had obtained in the previous war could also be used by the clone. Chapter 227. Finally, after half a month, one of the clones raised the ghost ship, giant sword, and Thunder Bear's remnant soul to 90%. Novel! La, using the blood shadow martial soul and 13 swords of shadow, he comprehended a new killing move, blood shadow destruction. The blood shadow destruction was different from the giant spirit kill and was different from the blood blade shadow king kill. It was an assassination move. It disappeared and reappeared in an instant, catching the enemy off guard. The other clone also successfully cultivated the second move of the divine Hell King Fist, Horseface Crush. Oxhead and Horseface were originally two moves that were combined. Now that he had completely comprehended the two moves, its power had naturally increased by several times. Moreover, his soul power had skyrocketed. Although the divine Hell King Fist was only a quasi-transcendent martial art, its attack was probably not inferior to an entry-level transcendent martial art. His cultivation speed was so fast, and his comprehension ability was so strong. Of course, it was due to the magical effect of the mountain river martial soul. It was no wonder that so many people kept fighting for this martial soul. Although it could lead to a fatal disaster, the benefits this martial soul brought were also huge. Anyway, he had decided that he would never expose the mountain river martial soul in front of others unless it was a situation of certain death. This thing was a double-edged sword. It could bring you great benefits, but it could also bring you great danger. At this point, Ling Xiao had cultivated for more than a month. There were less than 2 months before the expansion examination of the hidden sections. It would probably take some time to travel, so he only had a little more than a month to improve his strength. However, after cultivating in seclusion for a month, he was physically and mentally exhausted. His body had sunk into sluggishness. Although he knew that time was tight, Ling Xiao still temporarily stopped cultivating and prepared to go out to eat some delicious food and take a rest. When he was cultivating in seclusion, he ate dry food like jerky, which was very bad for his body. Under the transcendent realm, no matter how strong he was still a mortal. It was impossible not to eat good food. Delicious and nutritious food was very effective for the recovery of the body's functions. After leaving the cultivation room, Ling Xiao asked the little Taoist boy to help prepare the food. Although he was only a disciple of Master Baiyun, his position in Baiyun Temple was not something the little Taoist boy could compare to. Did anything interesting happen recently? After the food was served, Ling Xiao ate while asking the little Taoist boy. Reporting to young Master Ling, in the past month, the biggest thing was young Master Zhua Lung's advancement to the 9th level martial vein. The little Taoist boy replied, "Another 9th level martial vein? Looks like I need to work harder." Ling Xiao thought, what about Mingtian? Did his cultivation advance? Young Master Mingtian's cultivation has also advanced from the early 9th level of the martial vein realm to the late 9th level of the martial vein realm. What? Compared to Zhua Lung advancing to the 9th level of the martial vein, this news undoubtedly shocked him even more. It seems like Grandmaster Baiyun is giving these two special treatment again. I have to painstakingly use my military merit points to exchange for pills, but these two can use them as they please. This was truly enviable. Of course, even if Master Baiyun's special treatment was excluded, the potential of these two people was extremely rare in the entire Baiyun province and even in the heavenly dragon continent. Mingtian reached the late stage of the 9th level martial vein at the age of 16. Zhua Lung advanced to the 9th level martial vein at the age of 16. This made the surrounding geniuses dim. No wonder Master Baiyun thought that only the two of them could enter Yuehua School. Ling Yixue and Ling Xiao were behind at the starting line in life, so they did not look as monstrous as the two of them. Is there anything else? Ling Xiao calmed down after being slightly surprised. In the past, there were many geniuses with higher cultivation than him, but he was already catching up. The gap between him and Mingtian and Zhua Lung was getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, although he felt a sense of urgency, he did not feel inferior. Instead, his fighting spirit became even stronger. Yes, the little Taoist boy thought for a while and said, about 10 days ago, someone claimed to be Master Baiyun's nephew. He came to Baiyun Temple to talk to Master Baiyun. They did not have a good conversation, and even fought. Fought? Yes. Young Master Ling, you probably don't know. Master Baiyun was actually not a match for his nephew. He was defeated after only 20 moves. Young Master Mingtian and young Masters Wulong saw it. The little Taoist boy suddenly lowered his voice and said he probably felt that this kind of thing could not be made public. Ling Xiao was shocked. How long had it been? Grand Master Baiyun, who was once an invincible existence in northern Han and even in the human race's sacred dynasty, had already been defeated twice in a row. The world was too big and there were too many experts. Okay, put away the food. I'm done eating. By the time Ling Xiao asked that question, he had already finished his food. The little Taoist boy's words made him feel a strong sense of urgency. He went back to his room to rest for a while. When he felt that his body had recovered, he went back to the practice room and continued to cultivate. The huge pressure turned into a strong fighting spirit. Ling Xiao cultivated even more desperately. Buzz! Under the influence of his powerful fighting spirit, he was in his peak state. His mountain river martial spirit underwent a huge change. What was originally a small mountain village had now turned into a town with even more residents. This was only the appearance. The more profound benefit was that the acceleration effect had increased again. The fusion between the mountain river martial spirit and Ling Xiao's soul had deepened. Previously, the fusion rate was less than 1%, but now it had reached 10%. This was a tenfold increase. The higher the fusion rate, the more stable Ling Xiao's control of the mountain river martial spirit became. He believed that one day the mountain river martial spirit would completely fuse with his soul. At that time, the mountain river would be him and he would be the mountain river. There would be no distinction between them. The mountain river martial spirit's effect would also be fully displayed. The benefits of the fusion were immediate. A wave of energy gushed out from the mountain river martial spirit and spread throughout his body. It made him feel as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He did not waste this opportunity and hurriedly operated the heavenly dragon golden body. This time, the cultivation lasted for another half a month. Every meridian in his body had completely transformed into the heavenly dragon tendons. This also meant that he had completely mastered the 2 states of the 3rd level of the heavenly dragon golden body. What the heavenly dragon tendons brought was a comprehensive increase in strength, stamina, flexibility, speed, and so on. Not only that, after cultivating the heavenly dragon tendons, his cultivation had broken through continuously. He had actually broken through from the early 8th level of the martial vein to the late 8th level of the martial vein. He could feel that his current strength was absolutely astonishing. No one below the 8th level was his match. Even if it was a top genius, they would be helpless against him. Even if he were to face an early 9th level martial vein martial master, the chances of victory would be 50-50. He might even be able to exhaust his opponent to death by relying on the heavenly dragon scale armor. However, this breakthrough speed was too fast. Ling Xiao was afraid of attracting attention, so he adjusted the model to the early 8th level of the martial vein. This way, he wouldn't be suspected. Furthermore, there were many benefits to hiding his cultivation. Chapter 228. After stopping his cultivation, Ling Xiao stepped out of the training room. Outside the door, the sky had just brightened and a red sun slowly rose from the horizon. "Young master, you've finally come out." Cold Plum leaned against the corridor outside the door. When he saw Ling Xiao, his face revealed a look of ecstasy. Your cultivation has already reached the peak of the 7th layer martial vein. Not bad, not bad. Cold Plum's body's potential was also very high. In the past, he just didn't have the right conditions. Now that he had become Master Baiyun's disciple, his cultivation speed naturally increased by leaps and bounds. "I'm nothing. Shirley, Sister Yishui, Jiawu, Zhuhua, and Fei Yu have all reached the early 8th layer martial vein. Dai Yuling has reached the late 8th layer martial vein. Zhuo Leng has reached the early 9th layer martial vein. Ming Tian has reached the late 9th layer martial vein. They are all stronger than me. Cold Plum smiled bitterly. Don't worry. Your cultivation was just lower in the past. You will catch up. Ling Xiao comforted. Young master, don't worry. Cold Plum will not be discouraged. Cold Plum smiled. That's good. But why are you waiting here? Yes, Master said that you should head to the True Spirit Hall immediately after you come out of seclusion. There's only a little more than a month left before the recruitment of the hidden sections. I'm afraid he's preparing to select 3 recommendations. Cold Plum replied, Let's go together. Ling Xiao nodded, and the two of them quickly walked to the True Spirit Palace. In the True Spirit Palace, except for Cold Plum and Ling Xiao, everyone else had already arrived. Humph, what arrogance. Master called a meeting, and you dare to be late? Fei Yu had just broken through to the 8th layer martial vein, so he felt that his chance for revenge had come. He seemed to have sensed that the matter of revenge could not be delayed any longer. If this continued, Ling Xiao would surpass him sooner or later. At that time, there would be no more chances. When he saw Ling Xiao today, he had the intention to provoke him. Let the other party make the first move, and then he would propose to have a showdown on the cliff of life and death. This way, revenge would be a matter of course. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not pay attention to him at all. Instead, he bowed to Master Baiyun and said, I just learned that Master has summoned me. It's fine. Have a seat. Master Baiyun waved his hand and did not blame Ling Xiao. In fact, the reason why the meeting was delayed until today was because several disciples were in closed-door training. Based on the aura of each training room, he guessed that the disciples would come out today. It was just that Ling Xiao came out of seclusion a little later, because there was no point in blaming him. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. All right, since everyone is here, let's get down to business. At this point, Master Baiyun looked at Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng dotingly. Without a doubt, these two were his most valued disciples, and they did not disappoint him. They broke through to the 9th level martial vein at the age of 16, which was very rare. Although Ming Tian's cultivation was only at the late stage of the 9th level martial vein, in terms of strength, he was almost invincible within the 9th level. Even Lin Zhe, Master Baiyun, and Wan Ben were left behind by him. Zhuo Leng had just broken through to the 9th level martial vein, but he also had the strength to fight with Lin Zhe and the others. This was a genius. Naturally, they were different from ordinary people. Every improvement of a genius was several times or even dozens of times that of an ordinary person. In a month, the Yuehua School's disciple recruitment ceremony will begin. I wonder if you have the confidence to pass the Yuehua School's assessment? Master Baiyun's tone was full of anticipation. Rest assured, Master. Not only will I pass the assessment, but I will also become the most outstanding disciple of the Yuehua School. I will definitely not embarrass you. I won't be worse than Ming Tian. Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng said one after another. Before the others could speak, Master Baiyun had already laughed and said, Ha ha ha! Good, good! You are indeed my most outstanding disciples. I absolutely believe in your words. It seemed that, in Master Baiyun's mind, only these two people were qualified to pass the assessment. Therefore, he threw the other disciples aside and did not pay attention to them. After a while, he said, I have 3 recommendations. 2 of them will be given to Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng. Do you have any objections? Ling Xiao could not help but frown. Although he had known that this would be the result, he still felt a little uncomfortable that Master Baiyun had given 2 recommendations to Ming Tian and Zhuo Leng without any assessment. As a master, he was a little too biased. Moreover, this was not the first time. However, because there was still one more recommendation, he did not say anything. After all, Apart from Ming Tian and Zhuolong, the others were no match for him in terms of strength or potential. Since he did not say anything, the others did not dare to say anything either. Well, I called you here today for this matter. Now go back and cultivate. When the remaining 10 people were waiting for Master Baiyun to decide on the third recommendation, Master Baiyun waved his hand and motioned everyone to go back and cultivate. Master, isn't there still one more recommendation? Dai Yuling could not help but ask. Apart from Ming Tian and Zhuolong, she had the highest cultivation. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. Therefore, she was very concerned about the third recommendation. I have already decided on the third recommendation. It would be a waste to give it to you. After all, this is the first time in tens of thousands of years that such an expansion has happened. It may only happen again in the next few years. If you can't pass the assessment, it would be a complete waste. Master Baiyun said expressionlessly. What? Master Baiyun's words made the other 10 people dumbfounded. Not only did he give 2 recommendations to Ming Tian and Zhuolong, he even gave the remaining recommendation to someone else. This was too much. Disciple is not convinced. Dai Yuling was the one who could not accept it the most. After all, she was Master Baiyun's true disciple. Not convinced. Master can tell you that the other candidate has the same potential as Ming Tian and Zhuolong. His strength is on par with Zhuolong. Do you think you have a chance? Master Baiyun stared at Dai Yuling and said, That's enough. Don't make trouble. After all, you're Master's true disciple. In the future, Master will do his best to train you. Although it is not as good as joining a sect, it is still possible for you to advance to the transcendent realm. Dai Yuling sat back in her seat, her face pale. Master, disciple is not convinced either. Ling Xiao slowly got up and looked at Master Baiyun calmly. At this point, he could no longer stay silent. No matter what, he had to fight for a place to enter Yuehua school. It was a chance to open a new world, and it might even be the only chance. You are not convinced either? Master Baiyun frowned and said, Do you think you are better than Ming Tian and Zhuolong? That's right, Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Ha! Over there, Ming Tian laughed unscrupulously. Zhuolong also showed a disdainful sneer. He had seen overconfident people, but he had never seen such an overconfident person. Master Baiyun also sneered. Good. This old man wants to see how capable the genius Lin Zhe is, and see if this old man will regret it. Master, why listen to this kid's nonsense? Just expel him from the sect. Ming Tian said. That's right, Master. This person betrayed his master. What's the use of keeping him? Zhuolong also said. That would make me seem narrow-minded. How about this, Ling Xiao? This old man will give you a chance. Chapter 229. What kind of opportunity does Master want to give me? Ling Xiao looked at Master Baiyun with indifference in his eyes, but there was no hatred. Master Baiyun's actions made him feel cold. However, Master Baiyun had saved his life, so there was no need to hate him. At most, they would be strangers from now on. Ling Xiao, you think you're quite strong. There are very few young masters in Baiyun province who can defeat you. Master Baiyun said slowly, but I don't know if you dare to challenge Zhuolong. If you can tie with him, Zhuolong's recommendation will be yours. Hearing this, everyone in the latent dragon camp was a little angry. Zhuolong was an early-stage 9th level martial vein martial master. Ling Xiao was only an early-stage 8th level martial vein martial master. The gap was too big. It was better not to give such an opportunity. The people from the Heavenly Ninja Academy were gloating, waiting to see how Ling Xiao would make a fool of himself. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't speak, Master Baiyun continued. Of course, if you don't accept this opportunity, I won't force you. But don't mention the recommendation. He wasn't giving Ling Xiao a chance. He just wanted to dispel Ling Xiao's arrogant idea, because, in his opinion, Even if Ling Xiao didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he wouldn't be stupid enough to challenge Zuolung. However, he was wrong again. In the past 2 months, Ling Xiao's strength had increased by more than just a little. He had long wanted to find someone to test his strength on. Zuolung was a suitable opponent. Thank you, Master. I am willing to seize this opportunity to challenge Zuolung, Ling Xiao said without changing his expression. Are you sure? Master Baiyun was stunned and asked. Very sure. Ling Xiao nodded. Master, I'm a ninja warrior, and he's a human warrior. In the previous war, this kid killed many of our fellow ninjas, including Ming Tian's father, who is also my master. So, I request to go to the Life and Death Cliff. Life and Death Cliff. The first thought that came to everyone's mind was that Zuolung was too ruthless. He wanted to use the competition as an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao directly. That depends on whether Ling Xiao agrees or not. Grandmaster Baiyun glanced at Ling Xiao and said, he actually didn't stop them. It seemed like this great master Baiyun really spoiled Zuolung and Ming Tian too much. He wasn't even willing to stop them from trying to kill someone. Ling Xiao had no other choice but to accept. At least for now. He had no other way to enter the 12 sects. He didn't want to give up on this opportunity. I agree. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Hearing this, everyone from the Heavenly Ninja Academy revealed expressions of schadenfreude. The last time Ling Xiao and Li Xinghui fought to the death on the Life and Death Cliff of Baiyun Monastery, Li Xinghui was killed. However, at that time, the difference in cultivation between the two of them was not that great. However, today was completely different. Zuolung was an early 9th level martial vein stage martial master. His cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. The result of this battle was obvious. Ling Xiao had to die. The people from the Latent Dragon camp looked worried. Junior brother, you have to think twice. This time, even Ling Yixue, who had always believed in Ling Xiao, was worried. After all, Ling Xiao was too important to her. Yes, young master, please think twice. Lung Plum also hurriedly said. The rest wanted to agree, but were stopped by Ling Xiao. Don't say any more. I've made up my mind. I'm going to the Life and Death Cliff. On the Life and Death Cliff, Zuolung's lips curled into a sneer. He was laughing ferociously in his heart. Ling Xiao had killed so many ninja warriors. As a ninja genius, he had long wanted to make Ling Xiao suffer. Of course, more importantly, Ling Xiao actually dared to challenge him. He thought that Ling Xiao was looking down on him. Therefore, he must let Ling Xiao know that he, Zuolung, must let everyone know that his dignity was not to be underestimated. The two of them stood face to face. The next moment, a dazzling black flame bloomed from Zuolung's body. The flame had a strange, pure black color, and it wrapped around his body like a suit of armor. At that moment, it gave people an illusion that Zuolung's body was no longer made of flesh and blood, but an elemental body made of flames. Amaterasu Black Flame, Divine Art, and it seems to be at the Great Perfection Realm. He has already cultivated the Amaterasu Flame armor. The Amaterasu Black Flame Divine Art is a very powerful, quasi-transcendent martial art. Once it is cultivated to the Great Perfection Realm, not only is it invulnerable, but it is also impervious to fire and water. It is much stronger than different levels of body refining techniques. Yes, I heard that even a defensive demon beast of the same level is not as terrifying as this martial art. With the protection of the Amaterasu Flame armor, even if Ling Xiao has cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique, it is meaningless. The Amaterasu Black Flame Divine Art is much more powerful than the 9 transformation golden body technique. It is even close to a transcendent martial art. I already said that Ling Xiao is courting death. In fact, even if Zuolung does not use a defensive martial art, it is very easy for him to crush Ling Xiao with his cultivation. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the discussions of the people from the Sky Ninja Academy. He looked at Zhuo Lung's body and smiled. I did not expect Senior Zhuo Lung to cultivate such a strange martial art. However, I also cultivate a defensive martial art. I wonder who is stronger. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's true yuan circulated, and his body bloomed with a bright golden light. Gradually, a layer of golden scales appeared on his body, covering his entire body. He looked like a human-shaped golden dragon. Heavenly Dragon Golden Body, 3rd level. Heavenly Dragon Scale Armor. And the Heavenly Dragon Tendon hidden in his body. Whoosh! The true Spirit Palace was suddenly in an uproar. Many people knew that Zhuo Lung had the Amaterasu Black Flame Divine Art. Combined with Susa Soul, this guy's defense was definitely ranked first among Master Baiyun's disciples. In this aspect, he was stronger than Ming Tian. However, no one knew about Ling Xiao's Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. They all thought that he was using the 9 transformation Golden Body technique, because these 2 defensive martial arts looked too similar on the surface, but the difference in grade was too great. No matter what, in terms of momentum, the 2 defensive martial arts used by the 2 were actually on par. In the end, which one was stronger would depend on the final result. Zhuo Lung's face was full of disdain. If Ling Xiao had used the offensive martial art that injured Ming Tian, he might have been afraid. However, his opponent had also used a defensive martial art. He was really reckless. Did he think that a random defensive martial art could be compared with his perfect realm Amaterasu Black Flame Divine Art? Interesting. Then let me see how powerful your defensive martial art is. With a sneer, Zhuo Lung's body leaned forward slightly. In an instant, a sonic boom sounded. His speed reached the extreme, and a black flame afterimage appeared behind him. In terms of speed, he seemed to be not much worse than Ling Xiao. He should also be using some kind of extraordinary body technique. When he was less than 3 meters away from Ling Xiao, Zhuo Lung suddenly struck out with his right palm. This palm strike had a faint sound of lightning. His true essence was completely condensed on his right palm, and the sound of air being torn apart was particularly ear-piercing. The sound of zzz was constantly heard. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and took a step forward. His body also rushed out, and his speed was even faster than Zhuo Lung's. When he was about 3 meters away, he met the attack with his left fist. Chapter 230. Facing Zhuo Lung, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. This thunderbolt true origin came from Master Baiyun, but after being transformed by the mountain and river martial spirit, it was not exactly the same. Novels, law therefore, even if Master Baiyun saw it, he would be fine. At most, he would be surprised. Bang! A palm and a fist, both entwined with purplish-blue lightning, collided together. The air was rapidly compressed and then splashed out in all directions. Electric currents were everywhere. On the life and death cliff, the huge rocks were shattered and broken. Gravel flew in all directions as if meteorites were falling. Even the mountain trembled violently. Except for Ming Tian and Master Baiyun, the onlookers all moved away. After exchanging blows, the 2 retreated almost at the same time. Both of them could not control themselves. Then they stopped almost at the same time and steadied themselves. So strong, both of them are so strong. It can be seen that Zhuo Lung's palm is more powerful, but Ling Xiao's fist art is more exquisite. It actually caused part of Zhuo Lung's palm power to leak into the air, which did not cause any threat to him. This is why they are evenly matched. Master Baiyun's eyesight was indeed good. He could see the reason for the current situation at a glance. Judging from the current situation, the 2 of them should be evenly matched, but Zhuo Lung should just be probing with his attack. That's right. He is the most cautious person. He won't show his strength all of a sudden. Ling Xiao's suffering is still to come. That should be right. The rest of the onlookers were also whispering, but obviously they felt that Zhuo Leng had held back while Ling Xiao had used all his strength. In the end, they still did not believe in Ling Xiao's strength. However, this was normal. They could not think of any other reason why an early-stage 8th layer martial artist and an early-stage 9th layer martial artist would fight like this except for Zhuo Leng holding back. After standing firm, Zhuo Leng suddenly looked at Ling Xiao with a strong sense of surprise in his eyes. He also seemed a little embarrassed. He originally thought that with his early-stage 9th layer martial vein cultivation, he could easily defeat Ling Xiao even with an ordinary attack. However, he was a cautious person and had even deliberately used a defensive martial art at the perfection stage. He only wanted to completely turn Ling Xiao into ashes with a single palm strike, so as to avoid any unexpected changes. One had to know that it was not a problem for him to kill a Class 9 demonic beast with a single punch. Could it be that not only was Ling Xiao's swordsmanship outstanding, but his body was also so strong? If that was the case, then this kid was too monstrous. Perhaps his master, Great Master Baiyun, had misjudged him. Of course, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the more Zhuo Leng wanted to kill him. He didn't want to be killed like Li Xinghui. He absolutely couldn't let Ling Xiao grow. Otherwise, he felt that if they met on the battlefield in the future, he could only run for his life. I want to see how long your golden skin can last. Suddenly, Zhuo Leng launched another attack. But this time, he didn't use his palm technique to attack. Instead, he drew out a sword with electric currents flowing around it and stabbed forward. The purplish-blue treasure sword transformed into a series of sword shadows. Every sword strike was a killing move. Every sword strike was extremely ruthless. Ling Xiao recognized that the treasure sword in Zhuo Leng's hand should also be a fine-grade, precious weapon, the same as his floating snow sword. However, in the face of such a fierce attack, he still didn't intend to use his weapon. Although this battle was a battle of life and death, once he entered the soul imprint state, there would be no surprises in his eyes. He didn't use his weapon because it wasn't worthwhile. After all, Zhuo Leng was still hiding his strength. He didn't need to display his full strength and waste his true essence. Both sides, one with a sword and the other with a fist, exchanged a total of 50 moves on the life and death cliff. After 50 moves, Zhuo Leng was obviously somewhat impatient. He suddenly retreated with a hideous grin on his face. "You're very strong, but you must die." At this moment, Zhuo Leng actually completely gave up on defense and began to use almost 80% of his true essence to attack. Perhaps in Zhuo Leng's opinion, relying on the defense of the heavenly flame armor, there was no need to defend. Once he gave up on defense, Zhuo Leng's attack speed instantly increased and his moves became even more fierce. At this time, if Ling Xiao chose to continue the balance of attack and defense step by step, then he would definitely suffer. With the opponent's attack speed and fierceness, coupled with the powerful true essence of the early 9th level martial vein, it would definitely cause him a lot of damage. If he chose to completely defend, then he would completely fall into a passive position. What's more, that wasn't Ling Xiao's fighting style. Thinking quickly, Ling Xiao simply threw caution to the wind. His aura instantly soared and expanded to the late 8th level martial vein level. Then he actually gave up the idea of defense and used all his true essence to attack. His fists, wrapped in thunderbolts, repeatedly blasted out. Clang! Pa! Zhuo Leng's sword pierced Ling Xiao's body. It actually splashed out a few sparks, but there was no effect at all. Ling Xiao's fist blasted on Zhuo Leng's body. The sound was very loud, but there was no effect at all. Zhuo Leng sneered again and again. Not only did he not withdraw his sword, but his attacks became even more fierce. Anyway, he already knew that Ling Xiao couldn't hurt him. In that case, what was there to be afraid of? Let's see whose body would collapse first. Clang, 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 for a moment. Ling Xiao and Zhuo Leng didn't dodge at all. They just stood there and attacked each other. Both of them didn't know how many times they had been attacked. Almost every inch of their body was taken care of. Zhuolang's sword even pierced Ling Zhao's throat a few times. Ling Zhao's fist also blasted a few times on Zhuolang's head. The onlookers couldn't accept it for a moment. This kind of crazy fighting style was really not something that anyone dared to try. They didn't defend or dodge. It was a completely back and forth exchange of attacks. This scene was really strange. Two lunatics, even if you beat me to death. I don't want to fight with them. That's right. Their defense is too terrifying. I reckon that our attacks will be no different from scratching an itch on their bodies. Zhuolang cultivates the heavenly black flame divine art. What kind of martial arts cultivation method does Ling Zhao cultivate? Why does it not seem inferior to Zhuolang? Who knows? It's definitely not the 9 transformation golden body technique. This kid has too many secrets. It's not good to provoke him. Seeing this, even Master Baiyun was a little regretful. Ling Zhao's performance was completely beyond his expectations. He wasn't thinking about losing face, but if Ling Zhao really died like this, it would also be a loss. Sigh, if only I stopped them from coming to the life and death cliff. He sighed, but in the end he didn't stop them. He only felt pity for Ling Zhao, but it wasn't to the point where he had to protect him. If it was Zhuolang or Ming Tian who encountered such danger, he would definitely save them. They exchanged another 50 moves. After 100 moves, Zhuolang was obviously a little anxious. He couldn't take down Ling Zhao with his early 9th level martial vein cultivation. This made his anger grow stronger and stronger. Ling Zhao's defense was really beyond his expectations. It seemed that the level of his defense martial arts was definitely not lower than his.